Whew. Ah, man, that was intense. Adding some new little bells and whistles to the stream. Ah, all right, mic check. You know how we do mic check. We are in for a great discussion tonight. There's a lot to cover. Move this over, get this right. How's my audio? Okay. All right, y'all. We got a lot to do over here. Let me go ahead and get all this cleaned up. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. This is Real Nathan Daily. This is our segment of the crime classroom, and this is where evidence speaks and assumptions fall apart. That's so important. So important, you guys. So important, especially for this case. You guys, we're focusing on the evidence. We're talking about facts over feelings. That's what we do over here on this channel. You guys, we got a lot to cover tonight. We're talking interviews to cover with Brandon Tatum. Shout out to him. He's doing the Lord's work, putting this circus out here for all of us to see. It's going to be crazy, you guys. You can't take back what you've already put out on the internet, and it's not looking good. All right, it's not looking good. We're going to talk about that. We're going to cover so much stuff. So we got 3 interviews to look through. I'm going to give you my thoughts as an expert, you guys. For those who are not familiar with this channel, I am a 13-year law enforcement veteran. You guys, I'm an expert witness for police policy, procedures, and use of force. You guys, so I am accustomed to investigating all type of crimes. You guys, I have an extensive background just on policing, investigating as a whole. You guys, I'm going to pull up some credentials here when we start getting into the weeds of this case, because I want to be very clear. All right, not everybody has the. Now, let me not say that. Everybody shouldn't be speaking on this topic, right? Everybody is not an expert. Everybody isn't specialized in this area of investigation. And as we see right now, there's so many just wild statements that have been put out, a bunch of theories that really don't have any substance to it, all right? And the moment someone puts out some foolishness, then another person takes it and runs with it. And then they're spreading a bunch of garbage, and it's causing a lot of mayhem in this case. All right, we've seen this before. People are weaponizing race, okay? They're weaponizing lies. They're looking at historical context to try to, I guess, assume what's going on with this case. People are assuming the police and the sheriff and the investigators are not doing their job. We don't know, right? We don't know. We don't know if it's about race, and we don't know if it is. You know, I think there is so much distractions going on. People are talking about Ben Crump, right? Ben Crump is on the case. It's not a good look. The way he's went about things, I don't agree with everything, right? I don't agree with everything that he's done. And then we have Brandon Tatum. Shout out to Brandon. All right, shout out to Brandon. You know, I've had a chance to interview him over here on my channel. We've had a great discussion. I had a chance to talk to him off camera. Seems to be an amazing guy, great guy. We had some great conversations, you know, and we share a lot of things in common as it relates to YouTube, you know, prior law enforcement, so forth and so on. My experience is a little bit different than his, but we had a great conversation. Now, there's some professional things about him that we don't get along, right? We don't see eye to eye on a lot of things as it relates to the profession, as it relates to analyzing cases. You know, and we're going to talk about that. And I'm going to keep it real, right? Because that's what we do over here, right? So I released some of the videos. If you guys have not seen, I put them back in circulation so you can check out the interview. It was a great interview. Please take a look at that. I got a chance to challenge him on some things. Some of the things a lot of people have issues with. And now listen, people are upset with Brandon. He's getting some backlash, right? We can all admit to that because of his interviews. And it's not because of his interviews, it's how he conducted the interview, okay? And then it's what comes after the interview, what he's saying after the interview, that's the issue. And a lot of people are not feeling him, you guys. People are taking him people throwing the kitchen sink at him. And, you know, we're going to break that down. We got Nancy Grace. She got into the fray, and she is, Nancy Grace is on fire, okay? We all know what's going on. And so We're going to break down the Nancy Grace interviews. We're going to talk about that. I'm going to give you my thoughts. You guys, listen, the reason why people enjoy this channel is because I'm honest. All right, I'm honest. And when you're independent and no one owns you, you can be honest. All right, you can be honest. And so there's a lot that we got to talk about. And I think there's some misunderstandings, especially with Brandon, because this stream, a lot of this, we're going to be doing a lot of Brandon talk today. All right. There's a lot of Brandon talk today. So D.L. Hughley, I'm not a fan of him. Okay. I'm not a fan of him. He's a hyper liberal. I think he's a race baiter, right? I never thought he was that funny. Okay. I'm just personally just saying, I'm not a fan of him because he's got into the political arena. And here's the thing. There are things that DL says that I agree with. There are things that there's a lot of things he says that I don't agree with. Okay. And it's the same with Brandon, same for a lot of these guys. And so we're going to go into that. We're going to dive into that. I'm going to give you my honest opinion. And listen, after we get done analyzing and breaking these things down, guess what? I'm going to drop the link. You're more than welcome to come up and have the discussion. You can discuss or you can debate. I'm all open, you guys. We don't censor over here. All I ask that you just be respectful to the platform. I'm going to ask you to turn your cameras on. You got to have the cameras on, okay? Because I always say put your words where your face is. All right. And that way it keeps everybody honest. All right. So I will drop the link towards the end of the show after we're all done, give you an opportunity to come up. If you have a disagreement, you're more than welcome to come and share that with the audience and we can have a great discussion. We're going to talk about the autopsy. All right. We're going to cover it all over here. There's been a lot going on. And again, we're going to start off with the FBI. Okay. The FBI is on the ground. They're on the ground and they're locking people up. All right. Why is that? Because this case has a lot of people involved, a lot of high profile. I guess you can almost say high profile, but we got a judge. We got some prominent people involved. Their careers are on the line. All right. People are taking this really serious, you guys. Why? Because folks are accusing them of murder. Their kids of murder, not just accusing their kids of murder, but also accusing the parents of their accessory, right? Being an accessory, covering up for them. Now, I'm not saying that it's not true or isn't true, hasn't been proven. All I'm saying is that this case is extremely sensitive and there's a lot of jobs on the line. There's a lot of freedom on the line behind this case. All right. Again, this thing has gotten a lot of media attention as it should. Okay, as it should. However, there's a lot of people online recklessly talking, making up things, extending these theories beyond the scope of common sense. All right. And anytime someone's name gets brought out, folks are dropping photos. People are dropping people's jobs. Okay. They're doing it to Nolan Wells' mom. They're exposing where she works at and giving her negative reviews. And people are so immature. You guys, we're dealing with a bunch of children online in this country. And, instead of waiting to see how things pan out with the investigation, it's this tit for tat game behind the scenes that's driving a lot of people crazy. People have threatened the boys, Nolan's friends, parents. They've been getting threats, death threats, bomb threats, the whole 9 yards. And guess what? The FBI is taking that serious. Here's the thing, you guys. Warren's mom is a judge. You threaten her, you guys, you're going to jail. All right. That's a felony. That's a federal crime. You cannot threaten a judge. Right. So there's they're going to take these things seriously. And you think that you can hide behind the computer and send you little threats and things like that, you guys. The only reason why people don't make a big deal about it when it comes to us regular folks is because it takes too much time and money. But best believe if you're the right profession, best believe they're not going to let everybody get away with that. Not in this case. All right. And so folks have lawyered up. And so, we're going to start off with that. What is going on with the FBI? The FBI is assisting with the investigation. All right. They're assisting in the investigation. And while they're doing that, they're also locking people up or they're tracking people's IP addresses. Right. You think you can hide behind them clickety clack clacks? You guys, the feds will be knocking on your door, scooping you up. All right. It's not hard, you guys. We just don't do it because it's time consuming. All right. So anyways, welcome into the building, guys. Before we get started, just a special shout out to y'all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're going to go ahead and dive into it. We have a lot to cover. I just wanted to just take a look at this though, real quick. This is our first arrest. All right, they didn't waste any time. They wasted no time. Um, California man. Let me shrink here. California man. Check this guy out. California man arrested for allegedly sending bomb threat to judge in Nolan Wells death case. Listen, you guys, they're not wasting any time. All right. California man was arrested. I think this is of the 11th. Okay, no, I'm sorry. Um, Let me go through. There you go. This clown, Joseph Alfredo Vasquez Dumarce, 27, was arrested Thursday on charges of interstate transmission of a threatening communication, according to federal court documents. Federal, you guys, federal. According to the criminal complaint, Dumarque sent Jackson County Chancery Court Judge Ashley Cole, okay, Warren's mama, stepmom, several threats through Facebook Messenger, including one stating a bomb will be sent to her office. You guys, and that's okay. Shout out to Warren's mom, stepmom. Okay, stepmom. All right. What was it? This is what he stated. There will be a package coming to your guys' office in the next few days. Allegedly sent Cole on July 11th. It's gonna blow you away when you see it. Probably best to have the boys there to see it as well. Listen, you guys, you can't do that. You absolutely can't do that. And I think this is why the case is getting out of control. Because it's the people who don't have a life, right? It's the people who are so emotionally invested in this, who are coming up with all these theories, going to people's jobs on their website, trying to dox people behind this case. You guys, let the investigators investigate. All right. We have people like myself who are reporting on this channel. I'm giving you guys insight, trying to break things down, explain the procedures, the process. You guys, I'm not here putting out a bunch of foolishness, trying to get you hyped up, right? I'm not trying to use this situation as a way to capitalize financially or buy. You know, the problem again with this case, like many others, and we've seen this before, you have people online who are grifting, right? They want to make money off of this. Like their whole idea, their whole vision, their whole business strategy is to create chaos or assume that they have information that no one else has in order to attract people over to their channel. They rage bait. They use hate through their message, right? No matter what sides, whether it's both sides politically, it doesn't matter, you guys. They try to use certain language in order to excite you to click and watch their channel. All right. We don't do that over here. All right. We don't do that over here. And we're going to talk about that because there's a lot of that going on. All right. And here's like a screenshot of the message that was sent to her by this clown. All right. Let me see if I can blow this up even. We can hardly see it. Just so you guys can just see what is going on with these fools. Oops. That's me wrong. Check this out. And this is what he wrote. You know, and again, not even the FBI can stop it. I don't know about that, right? So you guys, these are the things that they're going through. And it's the threats are on both sides, right? Everybody's being threatened. So it's not like it's just her, right? That's not the case. People are receiving threats, a lot of course, racial, discussing racial statements. You know, this is something that goes on all the time in this country. And anytime there's a case where the dynamic is white versus black, as they like to put it through the media, then we just start seeing the wicked and evilness of people come out, right? And it's sad, it's disgusting, but you know, welcome to America, right? So anyways, I say that to say this, you guys, please be mindful for those on here who think it's sweet, coming out here threatening judges, threatening people just in general. The FBI seems like they are very interested in wanting to hold people accountable. Do not be the one who gets caught up doing this, because listen, anything you put on the internet, I tell people all the time, anything you put on here can be traced back to you. No matter how good you think you are, if they decide they want to put the effort in, you guys, guess what? You're out of here. All right. So Dumarsais was identified by authorities through the email associated with his Facebook account. So this idiot ended up using his Facebook Messenger to threaten the judge, as if they weren't going to find out. The charge Dumarsais faces carries a maximum of 5 years in prison and a fine up to $250,000. I hope it was worth it. You guys, I hope it was worth it. You know, listen, I understand. I don't know what it is about race, politics in this country, or the race dynamic in this country why this thing is something that always gets us like up in arms with each other. Here's the problem, and this is undeniable. Mississippi, and not only just Mississippi, small little towns, you guys, they do things differently. And Mississippi specifically has a history. Okay, this is simple pattern recognition. Historically, they have been on record doing people foul, black people, people of color. Okay, and it still happens to this day. And when you have these little towns where everybody knows everybody, okay, it's a small knit community. We're gonna look after each other. That type of energy, you guys. Listen, you have to be mindful. And it behooves everybody to make sure that the truth and transparency is shown, because here's the reality. The reality is all these people went to school together. All their parents went to school together. They known each other. They know their grandparents. Like it's a tight-knit community. Everybody knows everybody. All right. Something happened to Nolan Wells. That's a fact. Okay. And between two sides, no one wants to tell the truth about what actually happened. But guess what? We have the most incriminating evidence that has dropped most recently that, honestly, it's not looking good for the boys. It's not looking good for his friends. I don't care what anybody says. I'm telling you as an investigator what I see when I hear that distress call. That distress call, you guys, we're going to talk about it. Because it's throwing their timeline up. And guess what? Someone released that distress call from the company, from Cito. Somebody gave that up. Why? Why do you think? Why do you think? Someone saw what was going on. Someone's like, you're not about to rope me in this one. That Cito call has to be the most profound piece of evidence that we have so far, pending the autopsy report from the state. The state, people are up in arms about that. People are up in arms about that. People are up in arms about the distress call because they're like, you can't really hear nothing. No, you can hear it. And, I wanted to do my own little audio thing, right? I wanted to do my own little investigation and double check to make sure before I went ahead and did a video and put it out. We want to make sure we're not going to pass around. We saw what happened with that one photo, talking about this was the day after July 4th, and come to find out that that was a lie. That's something that Ben Crump put out, and he knows better, right? He knows better. And this also with this Cito distress call being released, here's another problem. This is the reason why, as investigators, we don't like to release information out to the public, because you guys don't know how to act when you get it. Okay, you don't know how to act. But I understand why it has to be released, because then there's a distrust for the Mississippi criminal justice system. There's a distrust. But here's the problem. We don't know if they're doing a good job or not. We don't know the intent of the investigators as they're investigating. Did they start this investigation with the mindset of we are trying to rule out a homicide? Or did their investigation start off with we are trying to rule out an accidental drowning? Because that's a problem. That's a problem. Why is that a problem? Because the way the intention, the mindset of an investigator investigating a crime or an accident. Listen, you guys, there's only 4 types of deaths. Okay? There's 4 types of deaths. I want to say there's 4. You have suicide, you have accidental, you have homicide, and you have, what's the fourth one? Suicidal, accident. Ah, natural. Natural. Those are your deaths right there. Natural, suicide, homicide, and, just your overall health, right? Poor health. Accidents. Was this an accidental drowning? Or was this homicide? Depending on what you're investigating, guess what? Your mindset as an investigator is going to dictate how you conduct, how you move, what you look for, what you ask. Okay? Who you ask, what type of evidence you're looking for, because how in depth I'm going to get into this thing determines on what I'm doing. But you know how I was taught? I was taught to treat every death as a homicide until the evidence tells you otherwise. All right? That's how I was taught. That's how I was trained. And I'm going to tell you, there was a day I went to a call, and there was a very prominent man, wealthy man. I think he was like a CFO of a big company. And I showed up, and he was white man. Let me just put all the colors out there for those. I know people are going to ask the question. He was swinging. He was swinging from his ceiling in his house, in his nice $1 million home, you guys. He was swinging from the ceiling when I showed up. All right, family called and said, hey, can you do a wellness check? We haven't heard from him. It's uncommon. I drive up. The grass is tall. All right, I'm looking around his car. I don't see anything. They're like, nah, he's home. You guys, I force entry to the home, and I see the man swinging from the ceiling. All right, and a typed up note, suicide note. So I call my supervisor. Hey, this is rookie days, right? I'm gonna tell you what happened. Rookie days. Supervisor shows up. All right, this man, he hung himself, and he said, "What you got?" I said, "Hey, I got a suicide. Man took his life." He said, "Okay, how you know he took his life?" I'm like, he said, "Okay, is he married, kids?" I said, yeah, I got in contact with the wife. The wife's on her way home." Okay. He said, how do you know the wife didn't kill him? I was like, what do you mean? How do I know the wife? The wife? What do you mean? How do I know the wife? He's swinging. What do you mean? He said, you know who this guy is? I was like, no. How do you know the wife did not take his life? And frame this, right? This scenario, staged his body to make it look like a suicide. When in fact, she actually took his life. Some would say, well, guess what? There's no physical signs. I'm looking at his body. I call the ME. I don't see any outward signs of foul play. Okay. Right? But I can't look inside. Right? Can't see what's going on inside his body. If something happened, maybe he was poisoned. Maybe he was drunk. Maybe someone put a little something in his drink, knocked him out, tied him up, tossed him up, right? Walked out, left, came back surprised. Oh my God, what happened? You guys, why do I say that? You know what my supervisor told me? He said, you can't rule things out so quickly without what? Investigating. And in that moment, he said, Nathan, you have to treat every death as a homicide. You let the evidence tell you otherwise. You don't assume, you don't speculate, you don't do any of that. That's not your job. Your job is to investigate. Your job is to let the evidence tell you what happened. Be thorough. The problem with this case here, and the problem with all these little YouTubers and influencers and all that, everybody wants to be first. Nobody wants to be accurate. Everybody wants to be first. No one wants to be accurate, and that's the problem. Everybody, who can put out the something first to get the attention that they need? What did the sheriff do in this case that messed this whole case up for the sheriff's department? Made them look bad. That had people start reminiscing on the old Mississippi days. What was it? Well, looked like he drowned to me. Sheriff, did you even see the body? He drowned with his shirt on and his shorts? How? Who was the last person that saw him? See, and this is where it gets tricky. Did he drown? Well, did he die via drowning? Okay. Did someone drown him? Okay, because that's two different things. Did he drown or did someone drown him? Either way, that's a homicide, you guys. So it's like, well, I heard all kind of crazy stuff. And again, this is why the experts need to talk. This is amateur hour in this case is over, you guys. It's over. We're graduating to a whole nother level. All the amateurs need to be quiet and let the experts speak. Folks were saying all kinds of stuff. Oh, if there's water in his lungs, that's it. He's done. He drowned. And all you guys saying is homicide. Okay. All right. Maybe he was killed underwater. Someone said, well, there's no signs of foul play. He got a little redness on the back of his neck, right? Right up here in the back. Yeah. Yeah, there's no bruising outward. But it's just enough bruising to suggest that maybe somebody was holding his head down underwater. We have the throat missing from the autopsy, right? Was he choked out? We don't know. We don't know. I think there is a lot of misunderstandings as it relates to what we're actually looking at. This is a complex investigation only if you don't know what you're doing. Only if you're assuming. This is complex. Only if you're assuming that this is not worth a proper investigation. You guys, this is easy peasy stuff. It's easy. The problem is when you have investigators who give criminals or people of interest the benefit of the doubt. The benefit of the doubt. I gave this example last time. The husband winds up dead. Okay? The person of interest is always going to be the spouse, and vice versa. Wife winds up dead. Guess who we're looking for? We're looking for the husband. We're looking for the boyfriend. Looking for the girlfriend. It doesn't matter. You're the person of interest. The last people who had his stuff, the last people who saw him, you are a person of interest. And I'm going to properly investigate. I'm going to ask you the questions. I need you to turn over all your stuff. I need you to open your mouth. I need to swab them cheeks. All right. I need your DNA. People said they cooperated. Depending on how they're investigating, the cooperation doesn't matter. Right? Because if you're investigating a drowning, your cooperation is a joke. If I'm investigating a homicide, your cooperation matters. Right? And we're going to talk about that. What else? I heard there were some lie detectors tests taken. One person didn't want to take it, according to Tatum. We're going to talk about that. You know, I need everybody's phones. I'm looking at your call records. I'm looking at your. First of all, I'm getting a search warrant on all your stuff. I want to see who really cooperates. Give me everything I'm asking for. Give me everything. All right. And so I think the problem is we don't know how the investigators are investigating, how they started this thing off, right? The CTO's a problem. Why? Because now that the CTO state the distress call has been released, now we see people's stories starting to shift. But guess what? You're locked in, player. Everybody's locked in. Everybody's locked in. All right. So, and just because you're a person of interest today and you're not tomorrow doesn't mean I can't circle the block and come get you, right? That first interview was always, hey, okay, well, just tell me what you know. I don't need to Mirandize you. I'm just trying to get some information. This CTO call drops. I'm gonna have to circle around on some people, right? I got to circle around. As an investigator, you guys, I'm asking the questions, the right questions, the tough questions, the questions nobody thinks to ask, doesn't understand why it's relevant. And I'm going to show you and explain to you We're going to go over this Warren interview with Brandon Tatum. I'm going to point out the things that Brandon Tatum should have asked him. Now, granted, Brandon's like, I'm not here to interrogate you. Cool. But you did leave some questions on the table. All right. Now, mind you, you already know his attorney allowed him to do this interview. Here's the problem. People are saying, I'm seeing all this all the time. You know, he's innocent. Why would he interview? Why would he? An innocent person wouldn't do that. Shit. You know how many killers I've interviewed, walked up on? How many people actually committed the crime and stayed at the scene, you guys? As if these people are not capable of lying. And I think this is where Brandon is doing himself a disservice to his brand. Oh, those guys told me the truth. It's over with, you know. Shout out to Brandon. I like the brother. I like him personally. Professionally, I have an issue with him. Right? As an investigator, I don't care what you say. I'm going to let the evidence clear you. I'm not co-signing you. I'm not. You know how many killers do interviews? I've had people be the one to call 911 after plugging the person that I'm standing over trying to resuscitate. I don't know, a car drove by and shot up and I just saw him here, man. I just wanted to call you guys right away. Meanwhile, the brother's like, it's him. He the killer. You guys, there's some sick people out here. It's not a joke, man. This is not a joke. You know, I don't care that they did interviews. I'm not saying they're guilty. I'm damn sure not saying they're innocent. Right? I'm going to let you talk. I'm going to let you talk. What is Brandon doing that's doing a disservice to this case? You guys, he's clearing them. Brandon is clearing them. I saw the text messages. I spoke to him. He was crying. Shit. I know some killers that'll cry. Listen, you guys. All I'm saying is, I don't care that you did an interview. You know how many times we have to interview people we thought were witnesses? Hey, can you come back to the office? We got to have another conversation. Yeah, you remember you said this and this? Well, we just got the video camera and it's showing the time difference. Oh, okay, your story check. Okay, it's cool, it's cool, cool. Well, just checking. Just make sure you stay in town just because we got to call you back. Then we get some additional, or now the DNA comes back. Now this witness who was so cooperative, now I call him into the office the third time. Guess what? He got a lawyer with him. My client doesn't want to speak. He doesn't want to answer those questions at the moment. Cool. Well, here's a warrant that I'm going to go ahead and arrest him for murder, sexual assault, and blah, 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 blah. You know, he doesn't have to talk. You guys, they don't have to talk. Contrary to your belief, you don't have to talk. You don't need to talk to me. My evidence speaks for me. The warrant speaks. Once I get the judge to sign off, we don't have to talk. Hey, would you like to talk to me about what happened on July 4th at 3 p.m. between the hours of 3 and 6 p.m.? No? All right, cool. Go ahead and stand up, put your hands behind your back. I'll see you in court. You can talk to me now, or we just talk about it in trial. Here's what I say. The first to snitch gets 3 years, 10 years probation. All right? That's how I handle it. Because guess what? It looked like it might be 7. In reality, it might be about 14, 15 people. Okay? We talking those who got the cover up, the caller. Listen, even those running interference might come and get you too. Right? So it doesn't matter who's doing interviews. That doesn't make you innocent because you decide to come out and talk and share your story. Right? So talking about these people, someone said, I saw you had Tatum and unsubscribe. Why? Don't be childish, you guys. I could interview anybody I want to interview. The interview was great. Why would you unsubscribe because Tatum was on the channel? Tatum was cool. We had a great conversation. I asked him questions about the content that he makes, and we disagree on some of the topics, the high-profile cases, as we already know, the ones involving white officers and black individuals. We had a discussion about it. I told him why I disagree with him on certain cases. I wanted to get his opinion on it. Brandon Tatum is pro-police. I'm pro-justice. There's a difference. I love the police. I was a cop. But at the same time, I'm honest. You know, my thing, and I think the issue with Brandon that a lot of people have an issue with, I would say, let me pull up this as we get into this. Brandon Tatum he's racially apologetic. Okay? Racially apologetic towards police and white people. That's the issue. That's the issue. Where he's hard pressed to see where there's harm or where there's wrongdoing when it comes to law enforcement. Very hard pressed. It has to be. There's been some cases where it was blatantly obvious the officer was wrong, and Brandon's like, "Nah, it looks good to me." I could be honest. But you guys, this is Brandon's profession. You guys, this is his job. It's no different than a lot of other people who have a job where they have to. They're beholden to a particular brand, an image, a perspective. Whether conservative, whether liberal, they have to stay in that box. You guys, I don't have that box. I'll never have that box. I just won't talk about it. All right. So there's no shade to him, no shade to him at all. But obviously, he has an audience, he has a brand, and he has to stick to that brand. There's no. I see it all over the place. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it. Ben Crump does it. Al Sharpton does it. Who else? Some of these names you probably won't know. What's that guy's name who did the Tulsa real estate fund? Okay. Hillary Clinton does it. Bill Clinton did it. Listen, they all do it, you guys. They pander to a base. You have a lot of pastors who do it. You know, it's a money thing. It's about money. You know, so Brandon don't like being black. He like being green. Brandon likes being green. The hell with all that other stuff. All right. So anyways, let us jump into this interview. There's a couple things I'm gonna point out that I don't think a lot of people caught. You wouldn't have caught it. All right, you wouldn't have caught it. Brandon Tatum and Warren. This is a very powerful interview. Okay? It's a very powerful interview. I think I can edit these videos. Let me see. Can I? I mean, I can edit the length of this, I think. Let me see if I do it. Yeah. Okay, StreamYard. Save the layout. Did it do it? I didn't do much. All right. We're gonna break this down. I'm gonna point out some things that I thought was very interesting. And it's gonna lead to this next part of the conversation as we get into the discussion with Nancy Grace. All right. As an investigator, what am I looking at, you guys? Matter of fact, listen. Let me just say this. Let me just say this, you guys. I've investigated a lot of crimes. Okay. I've been trained well. I worked in a county where we had a lot of foolishness. I was very active. All right. And well, I'm going to show you all that later. But let's go ahead and get into this video. Let's go ahead and get into this.
And the things that you've told me have literally blown my mind. But the world haven't had a chance yet to hear your story To hear Nolan's story through his friend, and it's not just you. It's a bunch of y'all. But some of the other guys were afraid because of the threats and the violence that's been threatened against their lives and all of the above. But you decided that you wanted to take this bold step and give a statement and get your side out here. And I want to start at the very beginning of all of this and ask you, what was your relationship like with Nolan? Who was he to you?
Nolan, I could describe Nolan in a million ways.
At the very beginning,
best friend of me, but he was a brother.
Oh, is this still echoing? I just had to mute myself. Some of the people keep saying the echo. Is it echoing that bad? Hold on, let me see what I need to do. I think I need to mute myself.
I grew up through elementary, middle school, high school, and even our freshman year of college. We talked on the phone all the time. We were really close friends, and Nolan was like a brother to me, and Nolan lit up every room he walked in. He always had a smile on his face. He always had something good to say. I've never seen Nolan get in an argument with somebody and say bad things about someone. There's a lot of people that talk crap nowadays, and Nolan was never that person. Sweetest soul ever. And I had a great relationship with Nolan. I've never got in an argument with Nolan. We were super close, and I've never said or will ever have anything bad to say about Nolan Wells.
Yeah, and you guys, you said you kind of grew up together. Mm-hmm. Did you know his mom, or how was that? Because I saw in the media where it appears that she may have said, at least I saw in part, that she said as if she didn't know any of you guys.
Right. Well, Nolan, a lot of the times was at like my house and at my buddy's house. We never went to Nolan's house and hung out. And my friend group's very, very tight knit. We hang out every day when we're back home from school. In high school, we hung out most weekdays and every day on the weekend. And we were never at Nolan's house, which there's nothing wrong with that. But I met his father, and in 8th grade, that's when Nolan and I got really close. It was COVID year, and we were in class all year long together, me and a couple of my buddies, and Nolan and I just got super tight because we'd get a Waffle House once a week together.
Go back to you guys.
1,000 people.
All right, let me jump to it. This is where we're starting at right here. I had to make sure I was on the right video. Brandon says, take me back to the moment, right? We're getting right on the boat. Take me back to the moment. And I want you to pay attention to the body language, obviously. If I'm sitting across from him, granted, it's different, right? He's in a comfortable setting. He's talking to Brandon. He wants to be here. That's another thing, right? He reached out to Brandon. So he facilitated this. He wanted to share his story. So what does that mean to me as an investigator? You're comfortable. You're in a comfortable setting. And if you're in a comfortable setting and I ask you a question and you get uncomfortable, that means that discussion, the thing that we're talking about, that zone that we're in is somewhere where there's some manipulation of what's being shared. All right. I'm not saying he's lying. I'm saying that there is some manipulation of the statements. There's something about that moment or what's being discussed that's making him uncomfortable. And for me, that's a sign. That's a sign for me to pay attention to that area, to stay within that zone. I'm going to call it a zone. All right. Meaning that I want to hammer around that area in order to find out more. I want to expose more from this. Here's another thing. Warren is comfortable. He's telling the same thing he's already told the police. That's another thing. He's not going to come on here and share something that is different than what he already shared with the police. His attorney would not allow him to do that. If his attorney, I highly doubt his attorney allowed him to come on here and give additional or new. Everything is going to be whatever can be corroborated with law enforcement was already given. All right. Because you guys, all this is evidence. This is all evidence. It's all fair game. Okay. This video is fair game. All right. So now this is the part I want you to pay attention to. All right. He says, take me back to that moment before you left. This is the key.
It wasn't just us.
Let's go back a little bit. I want to go back to you guys at the dock, getting on the boat. You're saying there's multiple people, probably 20 or 30 people getting on 3 boats.
Right.
What boat were you on, and what boat was Nolan on?
Nolan was on Wyatt's 22 Triton. On the way out, I went with my buddy Bart because we had a lot of friends from college coming down. And I called Bart that morning. I was like, "Hey, man, can you take your boat out?" And he was like, "Yeah, well, my dad's decided not to go, and I'll take the boat and I'll take you and your friends." Of course, I mean, he's a buddy of mine. And so Bart pulled up at the dock, and I mean, I rode out there with Bart and a lot of the girls that go to college with my friends and I, and Nolan rode out on the Triton. And then we had a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. There was like 8 people on the Triton. And then there was 8 or 9 people on the Triton. And then there was the rest of the group, which was ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people on my buddy's tide line, which is 24 tide line.
And so you guys get on, and I know a little bit more than the audience do because we went out there a little earlier.
All right, here's the first thing. All right. Warren describes the 3 boats, and he describes the amount of people that were on the boats. Okay. Who came with who? Whose boats is whose boat? This is so important. It's so key. All right. Pay attention. What did he say? He said, we had 18. We were on the 18. Bart had an 18 Palm Beach boat, about 4 people on it. Wyatt had the 22 Triton, 8 or 9 people. That's the one Wyatt was on. And then his buddy had a 24 Tybon boat, about 10 to 16 people on it. All right, these are some pretty big boats. All right, but pay attention. I'm gonna tell you why that's so important, and I think a lot of people miss this. All right, let's go.
Because I want to see exactly what the drive was like, what the dock was like, how far it is out there. But I want you to tell the audience like what was this trip like? You know, how was the waters? You know, did you guys do anything in between the time you rode and the time you get to the island? Was there music? Was it like a big party?
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously music's blasting. It's 4th of July, man. I mean, you know how, I mean, everybody's really excited. And I mean, we had a lot of people loaded down. So obviously our biggest, we're just trying to make sure everybody, gets out there safe. And so, I mean, on the way out there, it was pretty calm. I think it was blowing like 3 or 4 knots. I mean, the waters were clear. It was a great day to be on the water. Sunshine, not cloudy at all. And I mean, it was a great day to be out there on 4th of July. And so, I mean, we followed each other out, and I mean, it was calm. It was calm. On the way back, it was a little more rough, but it was not anything all my buddies' boats couldn't handle, or like it wasn't like we were getting really beat up or anything. I mean, it was pretty calm.
And so you guys get out there. I'm assuming that you line the boats up, because I'm envisioning the picture of getting out there and there's hundreds of boats. Mm-hmm. There's thousands of people. Yeah. So it wasn't just you guys on a deserted island with
course not
a few people. There's just thousands of people out there.
Right.
And there's a lot of people doing what? What does it look like when you first pull up?
I pull up, and we pulled up at 10:30. I mean, it wasn't, early afternoon. I mean, it wasn't, but 10:30 is, still pretty early in the day. And when we got there was already 3 rows of boats lined up all the way, like I said, until I could see. And
when you say all you can see, you're
all right, this is important. Let me just paint this picture again, right? He's painting the picture. First of all, he's like, listen, we're riding 4 knots. That's like 4 miles an hour. The distance between that dock where they left from Mississippi to Horn Island, it's about approximately 12 miles, you guys. It's a 12-mile hike. All right, so they're cruising. 3 of them are going to 3 boats. They're all going together. They get to the island. The island is packed. Okay, it's packed. More reasons that makes this whole case more suspicious is that how did he drown and nobody knew, right? How did he die and nobody know about it? Okay, he was around surrounded by a lot of people. Okay, so here's the part now where we start asking, because that's him painting the picture. Let's dive into where is Nolan in all of this. All right, that's the next part. Where was Nolan in all of this? All right, here we go.
Okay, great. Wait, were you even listening? You haven't taken a single
know, it's our group, and then, you know, next thing you know, it's our group, and then, you know, good, and everyone just got bow. You were probably waist deep in water. I mean, but when we got there, we tied up, got, you know, bow and rear anchor set, and we tied up all the boats, made sure they were good, and everyone just got on the water. And then eventually, next thing you know, it's our group, and then, you know, next thing you know, there's 50 other people around us, and then it just grew and grew as the day came on. And, you know, I mean, that's just how it was. Everybody's drinking, you know, I mean, it's 4th of July. Everyone's just trying to enjoy themselves. And, you know, it's a big party, basically. Big party.
Yeah, so y'all pretty much having a good time.
Of
Just
course.
like anybody would imagine, 18-year-olds, probably
Right.
20-year-olds,
Right.
college students,
Right.
out on the island,
Right.
women, you know, you probably had alcohol.
Of
so
course,
y'all having
yeah.
a good time.
Yeah, of course.
And so where's Nolan in this? You know, you guys out there, the friend groups are out there, 3 boats full of people that came out there that seem to be the closest friend group.
Right.
Where's Nolan in this in comparison to where you and others are at?
Well, you know, I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies. They in a group. I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out, because there's so many people out there. I mean, I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, you know, everybody my age, and even people older than us were, you know, over there. Like, I mean, it was just a regular thing. You know, we're all used to this. We've been out to the islands before. My buddies don't just go out to the island on 4th of July, but they go out, you know, every weekend. Like, I fish the islands. I don't just, you know, fish around Horn Island. I fish around Ship Island too. So I'm very familiar with the islands. And I feel like it was just a big, I talked to Nolan, and, you know, Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations, and, you know, Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James, Nolan. And I mean, I could tell you, I mean, I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan the whole day. I mean, there was hundreds of people I knew out there. So,
yeah. And Nolan said something interesting. You told me about this. Something he said to you, I would say would be indicative of y'all's friendship.
right.
And then he also mentioned something to you about that particular day and what it meant to him.
Right.
And could you share that?
Right. Yeah. So Nolan and my buddy Javon are talking, and, you know, I grew up with Nolan, and Nolan's, you know, just like I said, like, just so joyful, like always happy. Like, every picture I have with Nolan or picture I have of Nolan, he's smiling. I mean, like, he's always happy. If I always need like a shed of light, I'm calling Nolan, you know. And Nolan and I laugh and joke a lot. Like, that's how our friend group is. We're really jokingly laugh. You know, no one takes anything that serious. You know, we enjoy our time together. You know, I mean, there's never any awkwardness within our friend group. We're very, very tight. So if I ever need to get something off my chest or talk to anybody, I'm talking to all my friends. I'm not just talking to like specifically anybody. I would go out, like, even if I'm having issues with something, I go talk to my group chat, and my guys are there to, you know, give me a hand anytime I need it. And all my guys are, you know, all my buddies are the same exact way. You know, Nolan was the same exact way. If you ever need something, I'm here, man. Like, that's how he was. So.
And then you guys get ready to leave prematurely.
Right.
And like, what? Explain that, because you guys got there around 10.
Yeah.
It's now 4:30.
Right.
People are still out there partying, and
Correct.
they're having a good time. But something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So.
All right, it's not on this one. It's this one. There we go. Listen, this is one thing I'm gonna point out that I think is important. When he starts getting into the specifics of Nolan, what Nolan did, where was he in relation to Nolan, you'll start seeing his body do a little shifting, right? Now that he painted the picture, he's kind of like, hey, this is what it is. It's part of our friend group. Nolan is he's this great guy, great smile. We have fun. He's one of our buddies, buddy this, buddy that, buddy this. And everything's all good, all right? Now when the questions start getting a little bit more specific about Nolan, you're going to start seeing a shift in his mannerisms. Why is this important? This comparing and contrast is important because I want you to get an idea of what it looks like from the eyes of an investigator when you're looking at someone and when their body starts to change, when they start manifesting this discomfort, right? Over certain specific words, names, dates, times, places. You start seeing this constant moving and shifting of the body. Why is that? It's this consistent need to get comfortable, right? It's the thoughts in a person's in their head that's constantly saying, okay, I want to do it this way. I want to say it this way. All right, I don't want to look like I'm giving anything away. A lot of times people give away a lot of these indicators simply because they're overthinking and they don't want to they don't want to make a mistake. Not only that, it's so much effort to try to remember something that you told before that may be not true, right? And at the same time, you could be telling the truth, but you don't want to look like you're lying, right? So there are some ways you can get some false, I guess you say some false positives or some false negatives, right? When you're interviewing people, but that's why it's good to start off with very simple, plain out, regular conversations about things that you know that they're going to remember. Tell me about the day. Tell me how the day was. Tell me what you know about this person, and just see how they are in their natural flow state. But then when you start asking them questions closer to where the crime may have happened or may have occurred, that's when you start seeing a change and you start seeing the mannerisms start to show themselves and people start telling on themselves indirectly, right? And you just start seeing it because it's not natural. The movements are very unnatural and they make them uncomfortable, all right? And this is what you're going to start seeing in this next piece here, because this is where he has to sell. He has to sell it. Nolan stayed on the island. He stayed on the island, right? He has to make sure that that key point, that's the most important thing, that is the crux of this entire investigation, is that Nolan stayed on the island. Because here's the other thing. Tatum will tell you too, recently said, hey, listen, these guys are innocent because there's two people who said they saw Nolan at 6 o'clock. They saw him, so they're innocent, right? That's it, game over. Someone else said they saw him at 6, right? The timeline is important. How Brandon got himself in this and all this, all this mudslinging right now is because he has exonerated them. Brandon is trying to exonerate them via the media. He's running defense, counter defense for the boys. And he's not an investigator. He's not investigating the case. He has no evidence outside of what he's been shown by them, right? And this is why Brandon is getting so much backlash, okay? He went into this interview very, very biased, right? Making conclusive statements. And he's like, hey, I heard from these guys are innocent. I wouldn't go about it that way, right? I think it's great he did the interview. I love that he did the interview. But it's how he tries to exonerate them before all the evidence is brought out. Okay, cool.
People still at that party, and they're having a time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So I had a girl come up to me and say, hey, your brother just got in a fight. And obviously I have a younger brother, and that's who she was talking about. And I was freaked out. So I walked over to the beach, and I didn't walk over. I ran over. I made a beeline. I didn't talk to anybody. Put my drink down and walked over there. And for a little bit. I mean, I wasn't thinking anything of it. I pulled my brother off the beach, and I was just like, listen, get in the water, hang out with us, calm down. I mean, he was calm, but I didn't want anything else to happen, And so once I got back over to the boat, I got on the Triton, and the Triton had probably about 6 inches of water up to the transom. And I was freaked out because I'm good friends with Wyatt, and that was his boat. And, no water's coming out, no access water's coming out. And, it was a big issue because I think the reason was because there were so many people getting on and off the boat. And at some point the boat was very, very crowded, and there was just a lot of people on. So that it drags water in. And eventually, I think over time, we were out there for a couple hours, the boat just started filling up with water. So I popped the starboard side hatch, and the battery was completely underwater. And so the motor wouldn't trim down. I mean, my buddy would go to trim it down from the console, and it'd trim down, and then it'd come right back up. And so Wyatt's trying to throw a rear anchor, so we're caught, and he's, yelling at people. Everybody's kind of freaking out. And eventually I'm like yelling at other people, trying to tell them, calm down. Like, the boat could possibly sink, and I'm not paying attention to everyone around me. I was paying attention to my buddy's boat. And that's what all my other friends that were on that boat were doing, trying to solve the problem.
Everyone keeps asking me how I'm doing my podcasts all by myself. And I have one answer: Riverside.
So you're on the boat now. The water's getting up to the point.
You're sitting, looking, trying to pull trash out the bit. Well, then eventually my buddy Bart on the tide line is like, I'm going to pull y'all out to where we're out of all this, all this chaos. Because we left at 4:30 and there were still just as many people there, if not more, than when we got there. I mean, probably around the same amount.
Okay. You guys, what did he say? He said, my buddy Bart pulled us out. Okay. Now, mind you, Bart has his own boat. Okay. That's important. Bart has his own boat. He's saying that Bart pulled them out of that area at 4:30. Okay. So mind you, what is the statements that are going on? Everybody last saw Nolan at 3. Bart is pulling that. Their boat is taking in water, all that kind of jazz. Bart pulls them out at 4:30. This is what he's saying. You guys, they have to stick to the timeline. They have to stick to the timeline. All right. I'm going to play it back just a tad bit. Listen to what he says. This is so important as I put all this together. Here we go.
People there, if not more than when we got there. I mean, probably around the same amount. I mean, it was crazy. Like, there was a lot of people. And, eventually Bart pulls us out. We left at 4:30, but we really weren't pulled out away from everybody. We were probably about a quarter mile out, and we had the towing strap pulled from, Bart's port side cleat or starboard side cleat, and he was on our starboard side bow. And so it was rubbing on his power pole. So Bart turned around, pulled up next to our boat, and we were just trying to get it situated. So that's when Wyatt called Cito. And Wyatt was like, calls him, because the cell service isn't great at the island. But once you can use your phone, but stuff might not just send. And it's not great. You got maybe one bar, it won't work that well. But once you get a little off the island, you have cell coverage. And even on the island, like I called my mom when we were on the island, it was fine. Like we had enough cell coverage to make a phone call or shoot a text over, but you don't have enough cell coverage to like send a picture, for example. So what?
So I want to go back.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I want to touch on that real quick, because the phone thing came up at some point. And so,
all right. What did he say, you guys? He said that they're already like half a mile out, right? Off the island. Bart told them already off. They're already off the island and they're off to the ocean. Here's the point that I'm trying to make. Here's something I want you to look at. When they gave, let me share this tab. Let me minimize this. The coordinates were given. Let me see if this works. This one. Hold up. Let me do it here. Here are the coordinates that he gave Cito. All right. Here are the coordinates that he gave Cito. This is the distance right here. All right. This is the coordinates that he gave. When he called in Cito, this is how far off he was from the island. So right here, you guys, this is Horn Island. All right. Let's see. This is Horn Island right here. Here is the coordination that he gave, the longitude, latitude. Here it is. This is where they were. Okay. Now, why is that important? Because when he called Cito, and in the background, you hear Nolan's name being called. You guys, what kind of evidence is that? That's some damning evidence, some incriminating evidence. Why is that? You hear in the background them calling Nolan's name. Right? You hear them calling Nolan's name, and this is how far they were. He just said Bart had pulled them out halfway. What does that also mean? That means what? There's two boats that are present. Bart's boat and Wyatt's boat. Bart's boat and Wyatt's boat are the two boats that are present. What does that mean? We need to also know who was on Bart's boat. Who was on Bart's boat? He said they're half a mile out. And between here and Mississippi is about 12 miles. It's a 12 mile ride from here to Biloxi. 12 miles. That's if you're going about 4 to 5 knots. All right. You guys, why is this important? It's important because he's confirming that one, Bart told them out. He's confirming that Bart was present at the scene. Okay. He's also confirming that they called Cito. Here's another thing. The Cito was canceled. All right. What do you hear in the background? Y'all calling his name. That says a lot. That says a lot. Okay. You're calling Nolan's name, and allegedly you left Nolan at 3 o'clock and it's 4:30. You guys, that's evidence. That's strong evidence. That's powerful evidence. I have people on a boat screaming Nolan's name while you're on the phone talking to a dispatcher. I have people saying, oh my God, he's dead, check his chest, while you're on the phone with a dispatcher. And the dispatch, the distress call is verified. It's a real phone call. It's a real call. I've heard the whole call. All right. I've listened to it. And it doesn't take an expert to enhance the audio. They're calling Nolan's name at 4:30. You guys, that's a problem. That's evidence. So, well, let's take a look at this. Let's jump back over here.
Was it when you guys got off the boat?
Yeah.
I mean, were people taking their phones off the boat, or is that not typical? Because I know that Nolan's phone was left on the boat,
Right.
even though, after you guys had left. So can you explain that? Because I think people need to understand this a little clearer.
Yeah.
Was it typical for people to have their phones left on boats, or did they keep their phones in the water?
Yeah. I mean, everybody kind of goes out to the island to get away from, their phones and everything else. I know I got on the boat to get away from, just the regular world. And no, when you're waist deep in water, no one's carrying their phone in their hand, especially at Horn Island. The water has been very, very murky because of the rain. And when it's just very risky. If you're going to have your phone in the water, some people might for a couple minutes and like maybe taking some pictures of each other. I know a lot of girls like to take pictures in the water at Horn Island. Guys do too. Like people like to take pictures, and but a lot of the pictures you see are on the boat for a reason. And so, no, I mean, if someone is on their phone in the water, they're using it real quick and then putting it right back on the.
How many people heard that? Where there's
at least 5 come now, and Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. Get on the boat. This is a very common thing. Nolan was, it's a very common thing, but Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues. And like, no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. And like he said, how
many people heard that? Were there just,
at least
just a
5
few, or?
Everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and 3 guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. I mean, we had multiple people in our group that rode.
You ready? You ready? All right. Here we go. Are you guys ready? You guys, I'm not saying he's a liar, but he's lying. I won't say he's a liar, but he's getting his stories mixed up. All right? I want you to pay attention. You missed it. I know you missed it. I know you missed it. What did he say? You guys, he said, Bart told me out. Bart told Wyatt's boat. Wyatt's boat had the problem. Bart told me out. But then here he is trying to protect Bart. Bart had already gone. He's saying Bart had already left before us. When he starts talking about Nolan, and specific about Nolan, his story starts to change. He forgets the timeline, and he's not realizing what he's saying. He's trying to distance Nolan from Bart. I don't know why. But when he's telling the story, he's saying, hey, initially, we had an issue at Horn Island. Boats taking on water. Bart pulls us out at 4:30. Right? But his buddy is saying, hey, Nolan, get on. Nolan, get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Nolan's like, I'm good. I'm going to stay. Then he says, but Bart had already left before us. Well, hold on. Hold on. How did Bart leave before you, but Bart told you out? Bart left before you as it relates to telling Nolan, the last time you saw Nolan was at 3 o'clock, right? When everybody, like he said, everybody on our boat heard, about 7 people heard Nolan get on the boat. Not Bart, though. Bart had already left before us. Well, shit, hold on now. Bart's the one who told you out. Bart told you out, but Bart left before you. Come on now. Come on now. Make it make sense. Where was Bart and Bart's boat? Boating with Bart. Boating with Bart. Where's Bart? It doesn't make any sense. At 3 o'clock, I last seen Nolan on the edge of the boat. I'm telling him, get on, get on, get on, get on. My buddy is telling him that. Tatum says, how many people heard that? Everybody on my boat, because Bart's boat had already left. Well, then how'd you guys get towed out? You just said earlier Bart told you out. Come on, man.
And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. I mean, we had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do. I mean, a lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, I mean, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl
my friend told him. But my friend is not your friend, right? My friend is not your friend. You heard your friend tell Nolan to get on the boat, but you're his friend. You didn't tell Nolan to get on the boat? Come on. Here's where things start to get tricky, right? My buddy told him, and you're witnessing this happen. You're witnessing it. My buddy, my friend, Nolan, get on the boat. You heard him do it. You heard him say it. All right? I love it. I think this is genius, you guys. I think this is absolute genius.
Was with Katie had text somebody that she heard people yelling
correct
for Nolan to get on it. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, this is the last time I saw him, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah. And so you guys get in the boat, you start to get towed in.
Mm-hmm. Katie said that's not true. Katie said she heard it and he's going towards them. Katie said, yeah, I heard it. And he went over there. Right?
And you make it back. Now explain how did you get to the point where you were concerned about Nolan? Because obviously you said, hey, Nolan, y'all need to, or somebody, not
when
you,
did I get
but
to that point?
You guys had made mention Nolan need to get on a boat.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You guys get back to wherever you're going.
Right.
Explain that. Did you guys go back to somebody's house, or you guys like what happened there? And then when did you feel like, well, wait a minute, where's Nolan?
Right. Okay. Well, running in was very chaotic. I mean, Nolan chose to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on anything else other than the boat, because if the boat doesn't get in, then no one gets in. I don't want to sink out there on my buddy's boat, and no one does. But my buddy Wyatt jumped out and pulled the plug on the boat once we kind of got out there, because he got the motor to trim down. And the motor trimmed down, my buddy Wyatt pulled the plug, and we planed off. We moved all the way to the front of the boat so we could plane off. And eventually we planed off, and the boat was running. So when you're planed off and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, I mean, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou, and we didn't just run straight to my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou. A couple of us jumped in the water, and Wyatt, the whole reason for the stop was so Wyatt could hop in and put the plug back in the boat. So then after that, we went and docked it, and I went back to my buddy's house, and we ate and napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the island, so we were all tired. And eventually, we go over to a girlfriend of mine. She was having people over for 4th of July. We were doing fireworks and stuff, so we all went over there to swim and hang out. And
this infamous picture that I've seen online.
All right, I'm gonna stop it there because we already know what time it is. With that, why do I bring this up in reference to the timeline? It's important because when we listen to the distress call, you guys, it's gonna bring this whole thing into clarity. What it does is it puts everybody at the scene, puts the most valuable players, the MVPs, at the scene, the people who need to be focused upon, right, for this investigation. And you hear how Warren is trying to kind of downplay, right? What did he want to sell in this media interview is that we begged him to stay and he did not want to we begged him to get on the boat and he did not want to get on the boat. That's the message that he wants to push out. I'm fine with that. But now we need an answer to the distress call, right? We need an answer to the distress call, and I think that's the thing that we're not getting. All right. We're gonna dive into this Nancy Gray, because Nancy Gray is Nancy Gray is doing her thing, and she's asking all the right questions, and she's not holding back. We're gonna talk about, based on this interview, Brandon talks about the polygraph test. They talk about the autopsy. He talks about how he interviewed everybody. Another thing about these interviews that really struck me is the editing, and how they purposely went out their way to edit Bart's name out of a lot of these conversations. All right. I'm going to show you that in another video, but there's a lot of instances when Bart's name was going to be mentioned as relates to a specific time frame, or he was doing something specifically and his name was chopped out. Okay. Now that's going to be a conversation for another day, but not saying anything, just saying I find it interesting that they want to edit his name out of the interview. All right. Let's go ahead and get into this piece right here with Nancy Grace.
He was sent face down. That also doesn't make sense to me.
I didn't talk to her once, like it was like 12:30. I mean, I might have texted her a couple times.
I've seen plenty of power banks over my 15 years of reviewing tech, but this Ridge one quickly became a favorite. So this, a 10,000 milliamp hour battery that's already this small, is pretty clutch, but it's also pretty.
That is from the Officer Tatum show. He has interviewed several of the young men that were on the boat when Nolan Wells was taken to Horn Island. They say he was not on the boat on the return trip, although audio seems to suggest otherwise. Listen to the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources call.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles?
What'd you say? Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right. Well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag on
Unless you have a membership number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
Particular phrases in that call, if it's to be believed, Nolan don't die. Sure, he's dead. Is he dead? Nolan, OMG, wake the F up. It goes on. I thought he was on the check his chest. That, if it's to be believed, suggests that Nolan was on that boat. Tatum says the witnesses are clear. He was not on the boat. Tonight, we learned in the last 24 hours, the Nolan Wells family hits social media giants with subpoenas for all information related to Nolan's phone. First, straight out to Dave Matt Crime Stories investigative reporter. Then we will be joined by Brandon Tatum. What impresses us?
You guys, that I pulled the original. I listened to it myself. I wanted to make sure I could verify. Came directly from the news source that was given directly from Cito. All right. Unless Cito's making it up, that audio is very, very compelling evidence. You could say what you want to say. You can pretend like you didn't hear it. You guys, and enhancing the audio is not editing or destroying or damaging or altering the audio. Okay? Enhancing is not editing the audio. It's enhancing we have investigative tools that we use to do this all the time. You guys, that doesn't sound good. I'm pulling everybody back in the office for round 2 interviews, and it's going to hit a little different. Nolan's name was stated on the audio. All right. Now, Nancy Grace, in all of her infinite wisdom, brings Tatum on the show. I don't know what Tatum thought he was getting into. Tatum's an 80s baby like me. If you know anything about Nancy Grace, you have to come with your A++ game. A++ game with Nancy Grace. She's been around the block, you guys. She knows how to interview, and she's ruthless. She's ruthless. And she's a good listener, okay? She's a damn good listener. Let's go.
A lot of other people, as he is the star of The Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum, thank you for being with us tonight. Question to you. You interviewed, as we played at the get-go, several of Nolan's friends. Did they show you photos, videos, snaps of that day on Horn Island?
Here's what comes off a bowl of strawberries when you drop this device in the water. These berries are fresh from the store and already rinsed under the tap, but within 10 minutes, the water changes color. What floats to the surface will change how you feed your family.
Well, Nancy, thank you so much for having me on. I spoke to 4 of the boys that are originally accused of being involved in Nolan Wells' death. And they did show me a lot of evidence. I want people to be very clear with this. I spent my career putting people in jail. My career is based on getting justice for people who have been done wrong. I've never been a defense attorney. So me going out and doing this was to find out what happened to Nolan Wells. And in talking to these young men, the burden of proof is they're going to have to prove to me. I'm not going to listen to what they say out of their mouth. They're going to have to show me. And in many cases, they showed me videos of Nolan on the island. They showed me videos of the boat when they were getting towed out, which is consistent with, kind of similar to what the phone call was. I mean, they showed me pictures of them with Nolan. They showed me phone records of them calling Nolan's mom and all of the above. So they seemed very consistent. They seemed very genuine. And they also proved to me some of the things that they had told me in the interview that I had with them that I have uploaded on my YouTube channel.
Officer Tatum, are you telling me that they had reception on Horn Island? Because many people are saying, well, the reason that there's nothing on Nolan's phone of that day, like there's no pictures, there's no snaps, there's no text, there's no anything, not because it was deleted, but because he didn't have reception. But you're telling me the other boys did have snaps, photos, videos, and reception?
Yeah, no, Nancy, let me clarify this for you. It wasn't that they uploaded this online. They showed me videos and things that they took from the boat during the outing on 4th of July. I was personally out at Horn Island. I rode out there on a boat, and I didn't have great reception there. And I left my phone in the boat when I got into the water and we were actually going out to do interviews.
Objection. You've been in court long enough to know you're going to get objections. You said you didn't have great reception, but you did have reception, did you not?
No, there was reception there. It just wasn't great, and it wasn't great enough for people, in my opinion, to upload. You can make a phone call potentially, but you wasn't going to upload data to a social media account. Now, could people take the steps to do it if they're dedicated enough? Yes, but it doesn't appear that would have been a frequent thing, given the fact that you probably had 1 or 2 bars out there. And I heard evidence of that. Not only did I see.
Now here's the thing. that there's not great reception, you guys, all you need is reception. All you need is for your phone to hit one of those towers, you guys, and that's it. All right? I know where you're at. Okay, I can run that search. I can check. I can see what's going on. If the phone does not match the GPS on the boat, we have a problem. All right, we have a problem. And what they have to also remember is that sometimes when you're creating when you're trying to create an alibi, that's fine. The one thing criminals and suspects fail to realize is that you can't out alibi technology. There's always going to be something you're going to miss, especially if you're not a professional. You're not a regular killer. You don't do this for a living. You're not going to out alibi technology. You fixed the Snapchat app. Okay, cool. You have 50 other apps in your phone that also track every single part of your movement. Everything. Some apps track only when open. Some apps track continuously. You guys, your GPS is always on. You have Google Maps. If it's on your phone, guess what? It's always tracking your movement. More than likely, everybody out there got iPhones. Guess what? It's a done deal, you guys. You'd be surprised what that phone records. Okay? The moment your phone can attach to a tower, I already got you gridlocked. I already know where you are. Okay? And I'm checking everybody's phone to make sure everybody's phone matches. Because what your phone doesn't give me, someone else's phone will. Someone got T-Mobile, somebody got Verizon. Guess what? Your stories better match. Because I'm looking at the data, I'm looking at the technology. All right?
Evidence of it. When I went out there myself, personally, with my cell phone, when I listened to the CETO call, you could tell that the call dropped out several times. It seemed like they were having trouble at times hearing each other. So it is consistent. And anybody that travel out there that have gone to the 4th of July celebration, they know that the reception is not very great. So the videos that they showed me in call logs were things that were not associated to social media, that they never posted on social media. It was, pictures and videos that they took on their phone.
Okay. Let me refine my question. I take it from your last answer that the answer is yes, you had reception on Horn Island.
Yes, I did have reception on Horn Island.
This professional 32 TW SSD capable of holding the entire collection of the New York.
It's about to get dicey. All right, y'all. It's about to get dicey. Stand by.
We just played that CETO call. It's 2 words, SEATOW, and it's kind of insurance that people have that are boat goers. And if you have a problem, CETO will come and tow you back to the mainland. They said they had a problem. They said they were taking on water. One of your takes is that all the chatter that we're hearing, wake up, Nolan, are you dead, Nolan, wake the F up, Nolan, could be referring to the battery, the bilge on the boat, that it's all unclear. Regarding the boat being disabled, apparently it was not. Listen.
So first, at 9:56 a.m., the boat leaves the original dock. It arrives at Horn Island at 11:14. So at around 4 o'clock, there is a call to the Coast Guard about the boat. NBC News got a hold of it.
We're sinking. Can y'all please come?
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
Everybody's on board. So does that mean Nolan is on there? Who was on that boat? At 4:31, the boat leaves Horn Island and it is towed approximately 3 miles, and then the tow ends. So after 3 miles, they go back to the original dock, okay? They arrive at 5:44 p.m. So it looks like this is where Horn Island is, and this is where the original dock is that I am referring to. I looked it up, and El Camino Real Road is in Gulf Hills, Mississippi, which is right above Ocean Springs. So I'm wondering if this is the house where they got the phone. Now, the boat travels to Fort Bayou. At 6:06, the boat returns to the original dock. Then, from the original dock, the boat goes back to Fort Bayou, and then they go to the boat launch, and it is put onto the trailer and moved by the vehicle. Did they drop people off at the original dock, travel to Fort Bayou, pick somebody up, and go back to that original dock? And then from there, why was there an hour and 13-minute time gap? This boat was sinking hours before, and then they're just having it docked for an hour and 13 minutes. You would think they'd want to get that boat out of the water ASAP.
That from the real TikTok detective. The boat wasn't sinking. They told Cito it was sinking. What's the truth? Was it sinking and they repaired it? Did they have a leak and they repaired it and kept on SOP? Brandon Tatum joining us, former cop, now star of The Officer Tatum. Did the young man explain those travels we just identified?
Yeah, 100% they did that. I wish that people on the internet would have had an opportunity, and they can go look at the interview that I did with Warren, but they had an opportunity to actually talk to these young men to get this in perspective, because some people have no idea how boats function and how they work. They explained to me, they took me on a boat and showed me exactly where they went, where they docked, where did they, stop at, how did they get the bilge pump and the water out of the boat and all of the above. So they were sinking, they were taking on water. The water came up high enough that the batteries weren't working. They had to get a tow to kind of tow them out. Where you can see the young lady saying about 3 miles out. It's a complicated boat's jargon, but they ended up getting the boat out. They ended up getting it to the point where they could run the boat, run the water out of the boat through a hole in the boat that they ended up plugging. They explained all this. Anybody that does boating know exactly what they're talking about if you hear them explain it on the interview. So they have an explanation for all of these things. And not only that, Nancy, they showed me video of them on the boat, and Nolan was not on the boat. Nolan was not on the boat log, and there are people who saw Nolan on the island closer to around 6 p.m., which is far after they left, far after this phone call was made. I saw text messages from the young lady
here's my problem with this newfound evidence of, hey, guess what, you guys? All of a sudden now that new information has been put out in reference to the distress call being leaked, all of a sudden now someone has seen Nolan at 6 o'clock. How convenient. That's the problem that I have, and this is the issue I have with releasing information to the public. Now people's stories are changing, right? When we were asking who last saw Nolan, everybody said 3 o'clock. Everybody said 3 o'clock. Now, as of just a couple days ago, there are 2 people, according to Tatum, who now have seen Nolan around 6 o'clock. Out of nowhere, you guys. Out of everybody's trying to, the last I remember was from 3 to 4:30. There's an hour and a half gap where no one has seen this boy. Where's Nolan Wells? No one knows. 3 o'clock, Warren said that's the last time I seen him. Seen him with this Katie girl. You guys, there's something going on with Katie. Why do I say that? 2 things happen in these interviews. One, Warren expresses this weird type of interaction that he had, right, with Nolan as it relates to Katie. He describes the encounter with, I see him cradling her in the water. All right. And then I said to him, man, you crazy, right? You crazy. That Katie girl. And if you understand now, here I am now listening to this as an investigator. I'm listening to how he describes people, how he explains his relationships to people, like how he relates to the people he's describing to me. That Katie girl, when you understand Southern vernacular, you guys, that's a dig, right? What does that mean, that Katie girl? I seen him, he was out there with that Katie girl. That's resentment. There's a little bit of resentment there. There's something he doesn't like about that Katie girl. You guys, that's a Southern thing, right? That Katie girl. That sent alarms in my head. If I'm listening, I'm interviewing, tell me more about Katie. What do you know about her? Let me know. What do you know about Katie? When's the last time you seen her? Who else knows her? Are y'all friends? Y'all went to school together? You used to like her? Is she pretty? That Katie girl. I seen him cradling Katie, right? That Katie girl, you guys, that to me just says a lot. Then he mentions, hey, I went over to him. I said something to him about Katie. And I was like, man, I see you with Katie. I see you with that girl. Man, you crazy. You know? Why is that a problem? Then I hear Tristan's interview with Tatum. And Tristan says, hey, before I left, I saw Nolan. I dapped him up. I say, man, I love you, man. He said, I whispered something to him. I said something slick to him about the girl he was with. See, here's my issue. Everybody got something to say about Katie. What was wrong with Nolan messing with Katie? What was it about Katie? Something is about Katie. Katie. What is it about Katie that has everybody saying slick stuff? Right? And I think that to me stood out. All right. I hear all the people insinuating different things about Katie and Bart. We're not going to cover that because we don't know. There's nothing that's come out that said otherwise. We don't talk about reckless rumors on this channel. We talk about strong facts and evidence. Sensical evidence, you guys. Sensical. But we had two people made reference to Katie. And at one point in the beginning, right, Warren and the friends said he went off with some girl they did not know. An unknown girl. But now we know who the girl is. Now he's describing all these interactions about the girl, Katie. He was cradling her. He was all up on her. I was like, man, dude, you tripping. Right? Warren is saying, dude, you tripping. You doing too much with this Katie girl. What's up with Katie? What do they know about Katie that Nolan was ignoring? What did I say when I first did this live about, not today, but the first live about Nolan Wells? I said, this could be about a girl. This could be about jealousy, right? It doesn't necessarily, people's like, oh, it's about race. No, it could be about everything but race. These are teenagers, you guys. Everything's not about skin color. Maybe for the adults, for these people online, you guys, these are young adults. What are we talking about? Egos, pride, jealousy. Okay? These things will get you killed out here. All right? People have taken another person's life for less. Jealousy is a powerful drug. All right? And again, what did I say? They either killed him or they watched him die. What else did I say, you guys? That our two primary suspects are the friends and Katie. Somebody's lying. But the reality is, yeah, it's an island full of people. Anything could have happened. But 90% of the people who are killed by someone they know. That's the reality. All right? So, anyways, let's hear how Tatum explains this away.
Nolan was with a young lady named Katie. I saw her text messages. In her text messages, she say that she heard the boys yelling for Nolan to get on the boat. He did not. She said in her text message that she did not see Nolan get on the boat he came on, which was Wyatt's boat, which is the boat that was sinking and they ended up leaving on. So it wasn't just a statement that they made on a podcast. They were actually showing me evidence to the contrary of what the mainstream YouTubers and some media outlets are putting out to people at large. And so I wish that people would go watch the interview or at least take some time to listen to these boys' statement. And I'll say this, Nancy, too. I wish that the family would have taken the time, or at least Benjamin Crump would have taken the time to reach out to the lawyers or reach out to these young boys to get their statements so they're not wasting their time sending everybody on a rabbit trail when they could have just talked to these boys. And they could have, but they refused. Because I saw a message from Warren where he called Nolan's mom twice. I've seen messages from Warren's stepmother, Ashley, where she sent Nolan's mom a text saying, please reach out to me whenever you're ready. I would like to talk. Other parents I saw messages from who reached out to Nolan's mom saying, we need to talk. Can we talk? I'm available if you need to talk to us. I do not understand at this point.
Irrelevant. Irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant. None of this means anything, you guys. This means nothing. It holds no weight to the case. Absolutely no weight. And he's right. Yeah, they showed screenshots of them contacting. You guys, I've seen criminals put together the most elaborate schemes in order to get away with murder. I've had parents assist their kids in getting away with murder. This means nothing. This is no, it doesn't validate innocence at all. At all. And that's the part that frustrates me about what he's putting out, you guys. And there's a lot of people who are in agreement with him. Well, the mother tried to reach out, the parents are reaching out. What parent? And I'm not saying they're guilty. And I'm not saying they did anything wrong. What I'm saying is that does not exonerate them. That's not an admission of righteousness because you've called the parent. You guys, this whole case reminds me of Your Honor. If you have not seen that show, I'm telling you right now. When I first did this live stream, I asked everybody on here, if your child came to you and told you they took another child's life, are you going to turn your kid in or are you going to defend them? Are you going to turn your kid in or are you going to try to shield them from accountability? 80% of people on that stream, we had like 700 people in there. 80% said they would turn their child in. And people came up on the channel and said, look, I'm not turning my child in. I don't care. I'm not turning them in. You guys, I'm telling you right now, I have witnessed myself. I've looked in the eyes of parents who would shield their own children and keep them from being held accountable after committing grotesque crimes. It happens all the time. This is no different. And these are kids that had no future. They had nothing going for themselves. Now you take some of these kids who got plans to do things, who you know, the parents are doctors, the kid's doing football. This kid wants to be a lawyer. Like you got kids who they've been financially backed. This has Your Honor mixed with a little bit, I Know What You Did Last Summer written all over it. All over it. If you haven't seen that movie, it's a throwback, scary movie. I Know What You Did Last Summer. And Your Honor. How perfectly put TV show, Your Honor. Perfect. A judge whose son kills another kid during a hit and run. He takes off, runs, the kids die. The kid dies. The father finds out. The father's the judge of the small town. And he starts running interference to protect his child to keep him from going to prison. And it was an accident. It was an accident. You guys, listen. So all this stuff Brandon's talking about is irrelevant. It's absolutely irrelevant. Okay? I just want to make sure I make that point clear. All right?
Why Benjamin Crump would go out and put misinformation out online when he had the availability to talk to these kids and clear these things up like I did before he presented this to the public. We also reached out to Benjamin Crump 4 times. And on the 5th time, they come back and tell us that the family is not doing interviews. We didn't ask to talk to the family. We asked to talk to the...
Let me pause it right here. First, let me just shout out to the new member. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. Listen, I forgot. Listen, you guys, like the channel. I'm going to take a little quick pause. Like the channel if you're enjoying what you're seeing here. You guys, we got some stuff to dive into. Brandon's about to put himself in a trick bag, and we're gonna talk about it. We're going to talk about it. I'm going to give you my thoughts as an investigator. If you have the moment now and you're watching, make sure you hit the like button. That is so, so important. It goes such a long way for the channel, you guys. I really, really appreciate it. And first of all, shout out to Little Kim 62. We give you a little applause. Give you a little applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And welcome to the channel. You guys, listen, if you want to be a member of the channel, I really, really appreciate it. It's much love, all the support. It means a lot to me. I'm very grateful. Shout out to all my members and my moderators on the channel that are constantly helping out and are always there supporting you guys, my day ones and my returners and the new ones. All right, I really, really appreciate you guys. So shout out to you, Little Kim. Welcome to the club. And let's go ahead and dive back in it.
Attorney Benjamin Crump. Why? So we can come together as a community and solve what happened to Nolan Wells, not create and stoke division, which is what I've seen
Mr.
from
Tatum,
Benjamin
that
Crump.
is exactly what we're trying to do. And I hear everything you're saying. And, you know, I think like a prosecutor, my main goal is to find the truth of what happened to Nolan Wells. And one thing I cannot get away from is the medical examiner. I'm trying to get to tonight's news, which I'm going to get to, but, oh, you were seeing a video from WLOX. Speaking of sinking, is at an alleged issue with the boat bilge well.
It was a voice.
If you often feel your blood pressure is on the higher side, we recommend
All right, let me
if you want to make
let me while we're doing this, get into this next segment of the Nancy Grace beat down. Let me get into this. Shout out to you with the 10 jewels gold coin. I appreciate you. B Johnson 8820. Thank you for the gift, brother. I really, really appreciate that. And Calico West. This is one thing I wanted to get into this conversation, though. We're going to answer that. Nathan, please explain the technologies the federal government, FBI, CIA has for getting the exact details of the audio recording. Man, this is what I say. The technology that they were using when I was policing and investigating, I thought was so far ahead. Okay, and that's on a state, local level. I honestly couldn't even tell you the stuff. They have things that, you guys, Snowden went ahead and told us what they can do, okay? What they are capable of doing. They have the ability to tap into phone conversations, records, all kind of stuff, you guys, from a clickety-clack of a button, okay? And those little fine prints that nobody reads when you get your phones and all that stuff, you guys, they're allowed to tap into all that. All right, that's just the reality of it. All right, I've seen stuff being used I can't even repeat on here. I've seen technology used when we're raiding homes with the feds. I was in special ops, so I would do special operation raids with the feds. The DEA, majority in the ATF. Never did one with the FBI, but those two agencies I work with a lot. And you guys, the technology that they have, okay? And we were able to tap into those resources when we work joint cases and things like that. So those were always fun to do. But they have stuff that would make you feel uncomfortable, right? I mean, and now look at the technology we're putting out with the flock system all over the place, you guys. And then the AI. We have ways now. Right before I left, we were using technology, and since now it's public and it's known, we're using technology where I could take your face and I'd run it amongst every single driver's license photo. That's how I was getting people and solving crimes, right? I would take people's photo, run it, and we could run it through all DMV records. Now they have stuff that's beyond that, okay? I don't even want to share it on here because for obvious reasons, but I've already gotten in trouble on my other platforms. So I try not to reveal too much, but just know that there is no privacy, you guys. And if a case deems and is warranted for a level of an investigation where they pull those tools out, there's a lot of red tape that you got to climb to access it. But something like threatening a judge, they're going to activate it, right? And they're going to be all in your business. They can find you when they want to, all right? Free lunch, Freddie. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I really, really appreciate that. Let me give you an applause for that. $5 Freddie says, if tapping toe Tatum, what are y'all? The tainted trouble trooper is withholding information for himself. It makes him an accessory after the fact. Yeah, listen, Tatum has to be careful. I think even with like anything else, like if you are, you could become an accessory to a crime very easily out here, right? People share some information with you, you refuse to give that information over, or you keep it to yourself, and it's learned that you may have done something to alter or prevent the capture or the identification or the arrest of an individual, you're out of here. All right. So yeah, it's a slippery slope. You know, you got to play naive, but it's definitely a slippery slope for sure. Shout out to you. Thank you for that that super chat. I like these new Jules gifts. Nirvana Tyler, thank you so much for this gift. Thank you for the 2 jewels. I appreciate that. Let me thank you so much for that. Thank you. Shout out to you, and of course, shout out to our new member. 10 jewels hiding. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. What is this? Connie Converse 5872. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And Dollars Renteria Q4Z for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Listen, you guys, I'm completely grateful. Thank you, and blessed for everything. Perry Unlikely. Oh, shout out to you, Perry Unlikely. Shout out to you, brother, for the super chat. It says Texas and Florida are using tech and the squad cars that create a cell tower that your phone connects to, and they see everything. Listen, the technology's crazy, you guys. It's so crazy. And listen, the technology is beautiful when it's not being abused, right? It's beautiful when it's not being abused. But recently, even here in Georgia, there's been a lot of officers who've been getting arrested for abusing the flock cameras. If you're not familiar with that, that's the cameras that they've been posting up around the cities, entries, and interstate, where they automatically scan your tags, and it's at a hyper level, right? We're talking AIs involved, scans your tag, records your movement, tracks your movement, can analyze everything. You know, before I left, we used it for stolen vehicles. All right, before I left, we get called, hey, the system would alert us, hey, stolen vehicle just entered in this area. All right, and we'd all be on the lookout. We'd catch stolen vehicles. It'd tell us if a vehicle doesn't have any car insurance, if the tag's expired. And we would ignore those because it wasn't worth our time. We'd have vehicles that were stolen, vehicles that had people wanted. If you had warrants and things like that, that would alert the system. And then we would see you, and then we would track your movements from the cameras, you guys. And that was before I left. Okay, that's 2019. So, I mean, they've upped it up since then, right? Mr. DJ Music, thank you for the super chat. Says Tatum puts himself in legal trouble. Yeah, I mean, he can, right? He can, but Tatum got lawyers. Tatum got clout. He got people on his team. You know, Tatum's definitely going to be okay. Trust me, Tatum's going to be okay. But thank you again. Thank you everybody for the super chat. All right, so let's go ahead and dive back into the to this video. It's gonna get a little interesting here. All right, so let's go ahead and get back.
But I can't verify that the boat in question has been searched by scent dogs and cadaver dogs. Is that true?
I'm not familiar if that's true. Let me just clarify. The test that they took was a voice stress analysis test instead of what we call a traditional polygraph test. But I'm not familiar with the cadaver dog searching the boat. I wasn't informed that was the case. But I was told by the boys that they did not wash the boat off or do any of those things that they were accused of doing, after this incident.
Right.
And I say, based on all the things that I've heard, it appears that they've been very truthful with me. And law enforcement. They've already communicated with law enforcement very early on.
Okay. Officer Tatum, coming from you, I do give that credence because you were a Tucson PD. I've had people sit down, look me right in the face and lie, and they are so convincing. So I don't know who's telling the truth. I don't know what happened, and that's why I really resent people suggesting the investigation be shut down. We're not doing that until we know what happened. Officer Tatum interviewed multiple of the young men on that boat. Now, let me address what's happened in the last hours. The family is not buying what they are saying, that nothing was deleted. They're not saying they're lying. They're not saying they're telling the truth. They have hit social media giants with subpoenas once and for all to get everything there is to get about Nolan Wells Digital. Okay, straight out to Dr. Jim Jones joining us out of Virginia. Jones, Dr. Jones, cybersecurity digital forensics expert, digital forensics program director, associate professor, George Mason University. I believe it was 4.
If you sit on the toilet, bear down, and barely anything comes out.
We're not trying to hear that guy. I want to leave those experts for another conversation. We want to really just kind of hammer in on this because he says some key things that I want us to cover tonight. But I love how she brings. Did I miss Daly? You missed my super chat about Tatum's policing skills. Did I? Hold on. Let me go back. Let me go. Did I? Hold on. Autocrat. I get any. No, I got you. Did I get you? Let me see. Oh, no, I didn't. My bad. I missed this one. My bad. Okay. He says successful MD with the super chat says, we can tell Tatum didn't make it past FTO and patrol. Well, that's not true. He made it past. I think Tatum was only a police officer for 4 years. If I'm not, I want to say 4, maybe 5. I'm not mistaken. It wasn't long, but I think he went on to the SWAT. I think he was on SWAT team out there in Texas. Because I'm just trying to think back from our interview that I did with him, and he was telling me kind of like his journey in policing. And so he though as an officer you get to make your own investigations. I was in special ops, so I got a chance to do things a little different as well. But depending on the amount of crime, the type of crime in your area, you just might not have that experience and might not get that exposure. And, that's true for a lot of people. I worked in a county where a year is equivalent to like 4 years for some officers around this country, right? When you work in an area where it's super volatile with crime and you get a very well-rounded dosage of like all types of crime and people and get to investigate that exposure. So with him, he's been out the game for a very long time. I'm not so far removed from policing, right? We're talking as of like 2020. So for me, I'm not that far removed. And, and my journey in policing is a little bit different than his. But I do get what you're saying. But I would love to kind of go over his police record. I'd be curious to see what's on there, his accolades and things like that. But shout out to you. Thank you for that super chat. Okay, so let's hear what she got to say.
State that Nolan did not have reception, or did they explain why there are no pictures, texts, instas, nothing on his phone? Did they have an explanation for that?
Yes, ma'am. They didn't mention anything about whether Nolan has service or not, but they articulated the reason why Nolan may not have certain pictures on his phone. And they had mentioned because Nolan spent the night at their house the night before, because it's traditional for the last few years that they actually went to Horn Island together. But they were saying that they had taken pictures at the house. Some of the pictures that you've seen floating around online were pictures that they took on the boat, but they didn't take those pictures when they got out there to Horn Island because they were having fun. And I would argue that they were drinking, and I couldn't imagine that they want to get underage drinking on camera. So what they had articulated to me that it wasn't abnormal for people not to snap and not to do a lot of pictures and things like that because they were focused on
But you
being
told me
off of the
they
mainland.
showed you pictures and videos.
Yeah,
so
but
they
it's
did
not
take
uploaded.
pictures and videos.
No. It's not a lot of pictures and they weren't uploaded. So when you're talking about Snapchat, you're talking about a platform where people are uploading images and pictures to produce to the world. What they showed me were things that they had recorded on their phone, and it wasn't a lot of different things because most of what they did was drinking and having fun in the water. And so, what they had articulated to me as well is that it's not abnormal for people not to snap. It's not abnormal for you not to have your phone. And Nolan wasn't the only person that left his phone on the boat. They also mentioned to me, and you can see it in the interview that they did, was that they had no reason to touch Nolan's phone. They weren't thinking about Nolan's phone when they thought the boat was sinking. And when they got to the house, it was no incident.
See, the problem with this is where Tatum makes his mistake, you guys. Tatum is acting as their media, their media press, or what's the name of the person? Tatum is acting like their media crisis negotiator. This is where Tatum is making his mistake that I believe is it's doing him a disservice, right? He's acting as their media crisis handler, right? Essentially, when I'm hearing him speaking, I'm hearing, look, my client said this, my client, and I'm representing my client, and they said that they did this and they did this. He is trying to convince us. That's not journalism. Journalism is, hey, I sat down and interviewed them. This is what they told me. What he's doing, though, is trying to get us to believe their story. And ultimately, Tatum, what that does is it puts you in this trick bag that gives this, it comes off, you're insinuating through the way you're delivering their message that you are in agreement with their message, and then now you're saying to us that we need to trust them because of what you saw, because of what you believe. Well, what if they got you fooled, Brandon? What if they fooled you? And now you want to come and fool the masses. Brandon, you have 3.5 million people on your channel. Come on now. Now you're coming off like the spokesperson for them. Hey, I represent the boys. Listen, I wouldn't have believed them, but shit. These brothers got me. I was like, I didn't go. Listen, that's how it's coming off. That's probably not what you intend, but that is how it's being conveyed. Through your language, through the words that you use, the choice, and the things that you say. Hey, I don't know why you guys keep messing with them. You guys need to look elsewhere. That's not journalism. It's bias, right? This is what we're seeing. Okay? You look like you're running interference. And every time some new information comes out, here you go, running interference, like a crisis team. Like a crisis team. That's what it comes off as. You know, there's a saying that it's easier to fool a person than to tell a person they've been fooled. Right? Let's hope that's not the case with this one. All right.
When it comes to Nolan getting the phone back to
Officer?
The friend and parent.
You're going far afield from my question. Let me redirect you back to their phones. Nolan has nothing on his phone. They have pictures and videos on their phones. You told me that they exist, whether they posted them or not. So they were taking pictures and videos. Don't you see why the mom, Nolan's mom, is concerned? There's nothing on her son's phone.
Well, Nancy, it's unclear exactly what the mother is articulating, because at one point she's concerned that there's not a lot of Snapchats or social media posting. She did not articulate, or the Benjamin Crump did not mention that there's nothing on his phone. So they're not saying that the phone was wiped and there's no images or anything. She was concerned about his social media frequency, which I believe after talking to the boys, it was consistent with what they said, and it was consistent with basic deductive reasoning that maybe he didn't post a lot on that day. So what remains a focus for me, and if I was investigating this
Not
case,
talking about
I
posting.
would want to know.
Not talking about whether he posted, officer.
No,
He didn't
what
even
I'm saying
take
is
anything.
that
There's no pictures. There's no anything.
That's what the mom is saying, but we haven't had an opportunity to either see or hear exactly what she's trying to articulate. Some of the things that she said in the media is that she's talking about posting. I don't believe she said that there was nothing at all on his phone.
The mother said that there's nothing in his Snapchat. All of it, there's no videos of anything. His Snapchat is completely empty. That's what the mother said. The mother said there's no post on Snapchat. He was a frequent Snapchat poster, and there's no saved video, saved messages. Everything is missing. Why? Why? Let me tell you what I've seen as an investigator. I've seen kids use Snapchat as a way to sell, exchange, do things that's illegal. Because Snapchat has that little timer thing, the memory thing, or the thing where it automatically deletes. A lot of teenagers, a lot of young kids, they use Snapchat when they want to send nude pictures, they want to send things like that, or if they're selling illegal substance to each other, they threw it through the Snapchat, right? I've seen cases, I've worked cases where that's specifically why they used it. Okay, to do things, to hide things. They hide things through their Snapchat. And I'm not saying that that's what he does or whatever, but what I am saying is that if there's evidence in his Snapchat that would have made someone else look bad, there could have been a reason to go in there and wipe his Snapchat clean. Does that make sense? See, I think it's not about what's missing. It's about who would want it gone. Does that make sense? People are caught up in, okay, well, the Snapchat could have showed this and showed him partying on the boat. Yeah, it sure could have. It could have time-stamped him at what? At 4:20 on the boat. 4 o'clock on the boat. Guess what? He's Snapchatting on the boat, recording on the boat as they're leaving. That would give someone a reason to want to wipe that clean, because it interferes with what? With the timeline. It interferes with what? The alibi. It interferes with what? The story that we're all trying to maintain. We can't afford to have any of his recordings of what he's doing, what we're doing on this boat, because our story is that he never made it on the boat. So we got to clean his Snapchat. Or there's conversations in that Snapchat that might what? That might make someone else look like they don't want to look in public. So we gotta get all that cleaned up. Right? The Snapchat, you guys. I know the mom is saying they tracked him on the Snapchat and this, that, and the other. And you guys, depending on how the Snapchat settings are set up, okay, let me explain to you how it works. There's a setting on there where you can, and a lot of apps are like this, you can say track only when operating the app or track continuously. All right? So there's a possibility that he has his Snapchat set up to where all of his messages delete after use. Cool. The mother is speaking from a place where she has gone on his snaps before and she's aware of his snaps and she understands how he snaps. She's seen his content. She's going off as if she can access his Snapchat. There's a level of confidence that his mother is coming with when she's making these statements that even myself is like, okay, let's see where this goes. Why do I say that? You guys, unfortunately, one thing that I know, and I hate to say this, parents do not know their kids. There are parents out here who their kids live a double life. They come home, they're your little Johnny, your little Susan, but when they go to school, they're tyrants. Or they suffer from depression. Or they're constantly getting picked on. Some of them, your kids go to school, they're kingpins. All right? They're the top 5 in the school. But they come home and you wouldn't even know the wise. You wouldn't be the wiser. You wouldn't know. All right? I can't even imagine. I can't even tell you how many times I've had to call parents in the middle of the night, 2, 3 in the morning. Hey, I got your kid in handcuffs. Not my child. My child's in the bed. No. And is this your red Honda? Your red Honda CRV? Yeah, I got that too. It was just involved in an armed robbery. Hey, I got your kid in handcuffs. Not my kid. We do a search warrant in the home, inside the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, you guys. Over $10,000 worth of stolen merchandise from burglaries. Huh. Straight A student. Listen, some parents don't know who their kids are. That's a fact. All right. So will this be one of those things where Nolan Wells' mother is surprised that her kid is living some double lifestyle? She's like, no, my kid would never do this. My kid would never do that. You don't know. You don't know. All right. You don't know. Depending on the type of relationship you have with your child, you just don't know, you guys. But the way she's talking about his Snapchat, she said, hey, he's always on social media. He's snapping. He would have had some Snapchats from that day. Listen, we're about to find out. Why is that? Because they all sent some letters to these social media companies, and they want the data. They want the data. All right? They want the data. So, and we're going to find out. We are going to find out. And again, an alibi you cannot out alibi technology. All right?
No pictures, no nothing. But I wasn't able to verify that. So if I was able to see Nolan's phone and the mother was able to show me exactly what she's articulating, I'll be able to have a better perspective in comparison to what Warren and the other boys were telling me. So at this point, I only have one side of it, and then I have a fractured.
Yes. Yeah, let me just speak on this real quick. Tatum came out and said he heard somebody say that they were on the, I guess, on the island or on the boat, you know, snorting that booger sugar. Okay? Sniffing that Lindsay Lohan. Okay? That's Tatum. Tatum dropped that video. Now, here's the thing. Again, everybody wants to be first. Everybody wants to be first. Okay, let's play with that. Let's say, okay, he was, some people say he would never do any powder because he was a football player and he had this thing he was doing the next day. You guys don't know these kids. You don't know these people. I'm telling you, people will surprise you. Now, if he did have it in his system, here's the problem. His body's been out for almost a week. That stuff is probably gone about his system. The question is, if that's the case, and there's drugs involved, substances, who gave it to him? Who gave it to him? And my point exactly, Snapchat. Hey, where you at? You available? I'll come by. Let me get, you got 2 grams? All right. So great point. Thanks for bringing that up. I heard him mention that recently, and I was just like, why would you put that out there? You know, why would you put that out there? Who gave it to him would be the real question. And regardless, he drowned. Right? Regardless, he drowned. The question is, was it an accident or was it murder? He was murdered via drowning. Right? And yeah, that white stuff don't even stay in your system long. That's why a lot of high-end people do it, right? Because it's in and out your system. But where can we find it? Where can we find it though? Past 24 hours, you guys. Guess what? In your hair. It'll show up in your hair. All right. And so say this comes up. Say the whole thing with there's substance abuse, white powder. All right. If that comes up, then what happens? I'm calling everybody and I need hair samples. And I'm going to ask you, before I even put, hey, there's rumors that there's possibly some substance abuse that took place on the boat, on the island. Do you or do you know anyone who sells it? That cocaína. Anybody Where would you get that from? Who's the dealer? You don't know nothing? All right, can I get a strand of hair, Warren? Bart, can I get some hair from you, please? Katie, can I get a strand of hair? Who does it? Where'd you get it from? I want it. I want all the answers. Was this an overdose then? Was this his first time? Did he OD? And then guess what? And then you covered it up. Guess what? You're still going to jail. You're still going to prison. Let's play that out. Let's play that scenario out. According to Tatum, somebody said he's snorting powder. Okay. On the boat, more than likely, and he ODs. Let's run it out. Let's play the whole thing out. Then you hear the distress call. Well, someone calls someone calls the owner of the boat, right? Someone calls the father or the granddad. Hey, gave this man some of that Lindsay Lohan and he fell out. He's out, granddad. What do we do? Psh. Okay, listen. Don't call the Coast Guard. Don't call nobody. We gonna handle it. What do? I'm panicking. Everybody's freaking out. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. What we need to do first thing is first. We might have to throw him overboard. Matter of fact, don't do it. Call the tow people. Let them know that your boat is sinking. And then I'm going to call them. I'm going to cancel the tow. All right? Cool. He calls. People still in the back of the boat freaking out. Oh, my God, Nolan. Oh, my God. He's not breathing. His chest. Is he dead? He's dead. You hear people whispering. All this going on. Bart's nearby. Who's the big idea? Who has the big idea, you guys? Both boats are present. That means there's about maybe 10, 14 people involved, all have knowledge. I know what you did last summer. Hey, you guys, chill out. My mom is a judge. We know people. We can handle this, you guys. Just chill out. All right? We can take care of this. We'll just say he stayed on the island with Katie. All right? Someone tell Katie, this is what she's going to say. Everybody's on the same page. What do I do with the boat? All right, don't worry. Come to this dock. We'll clean the boat out. Do what we need to do. We'll figure it out. We're going to stage the body later on. Don't worry about it. Boom. You guys, just that fast. You have people coming together. Accessories to a crime. To an accident. Or maybe that's the direction they want to go in. But then you got this injury here you got some discoloration into the back of the head. Well, where could that have come from? Maybe his body laying on something for a long period of time, right? No trauma to the back of the head, but something showing that there's been some type of a pressing of a long period of time on the back of the head. Maybe his head was resting on something. Maybe that's a pattern. Maybe it's not an injury, but it shows where something was pressed against his head while he was dying. I don't know. But then you look at toxicology, you look at it, there's any water in the lungs. They said his body wasn't waterlogged. All these things, you guys, it's all these little pieces that come together that make a big suggestion that, you know what? Maybe he was killed on land and then put in water. Maybe the police are involved. Maybe. Could be. You guys, when this thing unravels, there's going to be more than 5 people going to jail behind this. And there's going to be people losing their jobs. I assure you. Why? Because in order to cover this up, it's a lot of moving parts. The question is going to be who wants to risk their job? And who is too far in, too far deep to get out? Meaning the people who first threw the cast, who threw it in the furthest before this thing hit mainstream, some of them they're in too deep. In order to back out now, you know how I handle these things? Hey, this looks like an accident. I'm gonna be honest, it looks like an accident. Katie, I know you're not involved. I heard your voice on the tow call, right? Not Katie, I'm sorry, there's another female, right? We're talking to one of the 7, one of the 8 of the kids. Hey, listen, I know it's not your fault. I know you had nothing to do with this, but I know you saw it. You know, and you not talking means that you're an accessory. I know this was an accident. You didn't mean it. I heard you. I heard you say, is he dead? I heard that's your voice, right? I asked Warren how many people on the boat. I said, name all the people. Your name came up. I hear your voice on the tow call. That's you. You said, is he dead? I heard your voice. That's you. This is what I can do for you. If you just be honest, I'll give you 2 years in jail and 10 years probation. But this is a one-time offer. If you walk out this door, I'm going to put you in jail for life. That's my offer. And whoever cracks corn first, I'm telling you, who's going to take that time? I'll give you 2 years. I'll get you out. 1 year. Good probation. Good behavior out in 1 year. 10 years probation. Simply because you tried to go along with this. You're an accessory. But listen to me. You walk out this door, I'm giving you life. I don't want to hear the crying shit. I don't want to hear none of that. You're out of here. You're out of here. I know you didn't do it. I know you're just there. You witnessed it. They pressured you. They told you to shut up. They said, if everybody be quiet, guess what? We can get away with this. But we're too far too gone. You didn't know all this thing was going to come about. You don't want to live with that. You don't want this on your conscience. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. All right? Tell me what happened. What happened to Nolan? Guess what, you guys? She's going to be getting her canary on. Guess who else I'm talking to? The one who said, oh my God. You talk to the people, the weakest link. I told you the ringleader is whoever's home they decide to go to first is the person who had the idea. I'm looking at the phone records. Who called? Before you called C-Toad, you called your granddad. And then your granddad called the C-Toad guy and told him to cancel? Oh, you guys, this is an easy case. It's an easy case. All right. You know, how's this reminds me of like can this be covered up? Yeah. But you need to get someone way up high. I'm talking, it'd have to be someone in Congress. You got to get a senator to get behind this. If they want to cover this up, you need a senator's help. That's how high up you got to go. Okay? Shout out to Breonna Taylor. That's how they pulled that one off. All right. Anyways, let's get back in this Tatum.
Perception from what the media or what the mother is saying in the media. So when the police officers look at his phone and they do a forensic extraction, if they're allowed to do that, they will see plainly if Nolan was on his phone, if he had taken pictures, and if they were deleted. Now, I'll implement this as we begin to try to guess and figure out what was happening on that day. It doesn't seem to be reasonable to suggest that the boys were in his phone deleting things. Now, after hanging out with the boys and getting to know them well, they're very intelligent young men, very savvy, and they were raised well. I would project, if I were to make an assumption, that if they were trying to...
They were raised well. So was the Menendez brothers. And they killed both their parents. Right? They were raised well. Brandon, come on, man. And this is why people say you're biased. Right? These guys would never, they're intelligent kids. They would never do this. Shush. Okay.
Cover up something that happened to Nolan, I would perceive that they would throw the phone in the water or something where it never would be recovered. Or if they had access to get into the phone, they wouldn't just delete, they would just completely rewrite the phone or, do a hard reset. Or they wouldn't give the phone back to mama or the family anyway. So with those factors put in place and what I've talked to them about, it seems as if their story seems consistent to me that they did not get in the phone. They did not know his password. They had no reason to believe that there was a necessity to get in the phone,
Officer,
and they gave it
I'm
over
not
to the
saying
family.
you're wrong. I'm saying I'm not taking anybody's word for anything until I investigate it and corroborate it. Again,
That's fair.
maybe they're completely innocent. Maybe they're not. I don't know. Or maybe someone else had something to do with Nolan's death. I don't know, but I will find out. And you said, I don't know what she said exactly. Well, here is what Nolan's mother said.
Yeah, I mean, she's absolutely correct.
Nothing. There were no saved pictures. There were no snaps from that day. And we did open it before the 24-hour expiration. So we found that very concerning, only because anyone who's ever been around Nolan will tell you at social gatherings, he's taking videos, he's taking pictures, he's
Yeah, so yeah, we hear that, right? Nancy's absolutely correct. Again, my issue with Tatum in this case, and he's done this before, where he does not reason with the evidence. You know, if he believes that this person or this individual or the group is innocent, he does not waver from that. All right, and that's just we have two different professional perspectives, if that makes sense. I think he's a great individual from the conversation I had with him, but when we start getting when we put our professional hats on, we disagree a lot with how we look at and examine cases. All right. Let's see. Let's get to these super chats real quick. And then we get into this last piece with Nancy Grace, and then we're gonna dive into this what DL had to say. All right, we're gonna talk about DL, then I'm gonna bring you guys up and get your thoughts. All right. Where we at? So shout out to Free Lunch Freddy with the super chat. He says, I hope Nolan's family sues the content out of Tatum for slander and defaming character. I don't know what's going to happen with this. They definitely got the money, though. They got the money to make a lot of things happen. So we're about to see. Shout out to you. Thank you for that super chat. I got that one already. This one is to the one and only 1234. 2 Jules Silverstar. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate it. Vince 9537, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. He says, as another brother and former Leo investigator, I'm closely following this case. I would love to chop it up with you about this. Let me know when you're open to it. Hey man, yeah, shoot me an email. Always excited to have conversation with other Leos. Would love to get your thought, man. Shoot me an email, man, and let's chop it up. I'm down. Thank you again for this super chat. And if you have a channel, man, let me know. One of my moderators will pick up on that as well, so I can kind of keep up with you. All right. This is good. I want to touch on this. If snaps were deleted, can they tell what time and date? Yes. All right. All that is recorded on your phone, you guys. Every time you delete ad, even when you open the app, once it's hit like that cell tower too as well, it's definitely going to capture that data. All right. Shout out to the Jules, 440 Jules, Uncle Alert. Thank you so much for this gift. I really appreciate that. Another super chat for Free Lunch. Freddie says, Tatum trying to attempt to undermine the media. Well, he's running interference. And again, listen, man, the guy has a business, right? This is a good business. It's profitable. He's making good money. His channel is booming, right? And he's a voice. He is a voice that people tune into and that they recognize as well as acknowledge as a voice of truth to them. And so when Tatum says, hey, I don't see nothing wrong. Now listen, Tatum's been wrong on cases before, right? meaning his interpretation of events or interpretations of the law as it relates to how it's being executed by law enforcement. He's been wrong before, right? And so, you know, so again, yeah, I think he's running interference, and for the other team, that's good for them, right? You have someone who's able to put out a contrast to what they're hearing, and you need that. You absolutely need that, because here's the thing: if they're innocent, you definitely want people being able to put your story out. So, again, there's nothing wrong with what he's doing, but let's not be disingenuous with the evidence that you're hearing either, right? Like, you can't lie. I mean, you can, but let's not be intellectually dishonest with what you're hearing and what you're seeing. And I think, and then again, if you're going to be neutral, you said you're neutral, but your actions aren't saying that. And that's the issue. The words are not matching with how you're relaying the content, okay? Special shout out to Real Talk with Amy Cooper 2318. Oh, she became a member. Thank you so much. I remember you. Shout out to you. I told you I'm gonna help you with your thing too. So don't hesitate to hit me up. I'll make sure I do that. So shout out to you. New member. Welcome to the channel. Successful MD said, Nathan, help your guy get on Fox. He's failing. Shoot, I'm trying to get on Fox. They don't want me on Fox. So I keep it too real. All right. And I won't let the BS slide like that. Forensics will find any deleted text or photos. Absolutely, you guys. The forensics is going to dig up all of that. There's nothing they can hide, nothing can delete. And the fact that it gets deleted is going to be evidence within itself, right? So that's a problem. Why do the friends only say buddy and no names? Well, probably because the attorney probably didn't want them to put names out there. Respectfully, I completely understand that. Or that could just be their vernacular, Tatum talks as if their friends are angels. Free Lunch Freddy again says, Tatum said in a recent YouTube, the audio, they were referring to the engine saying don't die, and instead of Nolan and saying no, don't die, referring to the motor. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. When, Tatum, and I don't know, I think we're gonna play it here on this one. Tatum is like, nah, that's not what I heard. I heard the engine making noise. That's what I'm saying. It's like, damn, dude, no matter what. Come on now. It's like, come on, So yeah, he's definitely doubling down on I didn't hear it, But shout out to Tatum. I mean, at the end of the day, the brother got a business. He got a business to run. And in that business, it says, do not, Tatum will make a good attorney. From the standpoint, deny everything. Deny it. Hey, did you hear what he said? Nope, I didn't hear nothing. Sir, he just said and spelled it out. You hand Tatum a sheet of red paper. Tatum, what color is this? Because the guilty person, the killer, held this exact paper. And then the victim, before he died, said, he's holding a red sheet of paper. Tatum, what color paper is this? Tatum's like, it's blue. Tatum, it's written right here, and you can see the color. Tatum's like, it's blue. And that's it. And then a week, 2 weeks goes by, and people forget all about it. And he's off to the next one, you guys. And I think that's that disingenuousness that people are picking up on. It's like, come on, just be honest. What you hear in this evidence, right? To act like you can't hear that. Nah, that's crazy. They said they didn't know Kay, but she texted them. Yeah. That's another thing, right? The stories keep changing. They didn't know Katie, but they had her number. Or I think they said they called someone who had it to text her, or they text her directly. That's what I'm saying, that Katie girl. Everybody got Katie's number. I don't know. Links 404, the $5 super chat says, can't trust medical examiner Turner. Damian Cameron died in custody. Turner's death ruled undetermined. No indictment. 3 independent experts. Homicide. I do remember that. Yeah, you guys, that's what I'm saying, man. Mississippi, like we say, we recognize pattern recognition. Mississippi has a history of, protecting the people they want to protect, and it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. And when you get into these small towns, those things also apply. I mean, these things continue to happen. It doesn't have to be in the South either. It happens anywhere in this country. You just need the right corrupt people in the right places, and you can get one over. And that reminds me to you guys, like, sometimes it's not always about race. Sometimes this is about self-preservation, right? This case with Nolan may have nothing to do with race. Everything to do with self-preservation, all right? Meaning I'm not going to let my child go to jail. I went on a scholarship visit to Millsap College in Mississippi. There were young people like them doing lines while sitting in the Range Rover on campus. I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. I believe probably a lot of people. And listen, that white stuff there, that stuff will get you. That stuff can get people really agitated. And imagine you taking that along with alcohol, along with other maybe things that you probably take, performance enhancement things. I mean, you just mix in a bunch of cocktails. Next, you got a little anger problem, and one thing happens, one thing leads to another, right? It's that simple. Nathaniel I20NM says, "Pull me over, lie like he's lying now." Heart attack. All right. Let me see. They are dropping Katie's name, but not the guys. Yeah, they throwing Katie under the bus, boy. Shout out to everybody for the super chat. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Okay, let's get back into this. Yeah, Katie's name is going out there. Katie's dropping videos as well and timestamps. She's like, hey, it's 5:30, 6 o'clock. I'm by myself. I don't know where Nolan's at, but Nolan's not with me, right? So, and from the very beginning, they said Katie was cooperating. But, I don't trust anybody. I trust the evidence at the end of the day. And I say, let the evidence exonerate these boys. Let the evidence exonerate Katie. Let the evidence lead us to the right person. But it's very hard to believe that he sat there and just drowned on some random. That just seems very odd. And for it to be as busy it was all night, everybody there and no one witnessed is very strange, right? So
Tonight, Nolan Wells audio distress call. Is it real? Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. You're going to get hate mail. Doesn't matter what you say. If the angel Gabriel came
out, when I interviewed Warren, a lot of those kids that I talked to already alluded to this way before the audio came out, that they were gone. And people had already saw Nolan after they had left. The young lady, Katie, that he was hanging out with. I saw a text message from her alluding to the fact that she never saw him get on that boat at all. We have video of the boat that we shared on our social media page, and it shows all the occupants on the boat, and Nolan was not there. And so if a person thinks that they've heard.
So you saw video and pictures, and hear what I'm saying to him as an investigator, you guys. Let's be real. You saw video and pictures of the boat being towed, both boats, Bart's boat, Wyatt's boat, everybody's boat. You saw it, and you said based on those pictures, he wasn't there. And you know what I would say to him? Well, is it possible he could have been killed before you saw those pictures and videos? Because it's possible he could have did something to him prior to that. Do you have any videos from not continuously from this moment prior? Or are we just taking people's word for it? So you see how that sounds, right? Hey, I saw a video. How long was the video? I was about 30 seconds. They just panned around. Just like this video we're looking at right here in the corner. Yeah, I saw a video of him panning around just like that. Okay, can you see beneath this guy right here in the trunks? This is what I'll say, Tatum. Right, since you're an expert. Can you see anything below this guy right here in the trunks? He's going to say, no, I can't see. Is it possible you can have a body right here lined up against here, and maybe they took a photo and a video and all that? And is it possible someone could be concealed right here in this area? Right? Is it possible? Is it possible something happened to him before this was recorded? But do you get what I'm saying? So all this doesn't mean anything absent of a real investigation. It doesn't mean anything, you guys. The problem is the confidence that he exudes when he's repeating information from people who are, you guys, let's not get it twisted. These are people who are persons of interest in a homicide investigation. And you come online and you tell people that you have solved this case, that you've exonerated the exonerated five, the five friends. All right? Because you saw the video. Hey, they showed me videos and clips and Nolan's not on there. Well, no shit. He's dead. Where's the body? We're trying to find the body. Did they show beneath this boat? Do you know how deep that boat is? Did they throw him overboard? Is it possible? This is how officers get on the stand and they get completely demolished, you guys. Officer Tatum, you're on the stand. Okay, cool. Is it possible? You said you looked at the video, and they panned through. You said these boys are innocent because you didn't see Nolan Wells standing up at all on the boat. That's absolutely correct. Is it possible they killed him and threw him overboard? Is it possible they could have killed him and threw him overboard? Is it possible they could have killed him and put his body down on the ground and they stepped over him? Can you see the bottom of the boat from this distance on the video? Officer Tatum, you can't. This doesn't exonerate anybody. You guys, that's what I'm saying, right? That's why you have to be careful who you listen to on here. That doesn't mean anything, right?
Heard something on the audio, they have to compare it with context. Maybe they said, is it dead? Talking about items that could potentially have died or damaged on the boat, given the fact that they were sinking. So I think people need to put this in context and reevaluate what they're listening to on the video, because if you are going to make a staunch stance in the wrong direction, in my opinion, by saying they're obviously talking about Nolan, it is incredibly impossible. One more thing, real quick, that when you look at where they were at when they made the phone call and their GPS coordinates, it literally put them on the island. And we know, and not on the physical island, but really close proximity to the island. And we know, because we have another video of Nolan being out there and also all the other boats.
Near the island. This doesn't look far out, you guys. But what did Bart say? We got to always go back to what Bart said. Bart said they were half a mile off. They were towed half a mile off the island by Bart. Okay? I'm getting all these damn names confused. Wyatt Warren. Warren said they were half a mile off the island, towed off the island by Bart. This is the coordinates that they gave. Okay? This is the coordinates. Now, this is not to scale. It's hard to tell how close it is, but you guys, this is a far distance. This is far. Okay? He said we're half a mile. They were 30 feet. It was 30 feet depth above water. They're 30 feet above water, okay? All right? What did Tatum just say? You can't make this up, you guys. You absolutely can't make this up. Tatum says, when you hear the audio, how do you know he's not saying the engine is dead? It's dead. He's talking about the boat. Tatum, come on. And when you hear him, look at his face. This isn't, Tatum doesn't believe that. He's like, listen, I'm just doing what I'm told to do. Even he doesn't believe what he's saying, you guys. I can see it in his face. That's not this. He does not believe that. But he has to sell it. He has to sell it. How do you know that they're saying the boat isn't dead, the engine's dead? Because they didn't say that. They said he is dead. They said Nolan. Come on, man. Like, Brandon, come on. You're better off not even talk. I honestly, I don't know what I can't really make out what was said. That would have been the best answer. What you just said, sir, absolutely not. Absolutely not, Brandon. Brandon, you got to be joking. I can't believe he said that. Let me just.
Could potentially have died or damaged on the boat. And so if a person thinks that they've heard something on the audio, they have to compare it with context. Maybe they said, is it dead? Talking about items that could potentially have died or damaged on the boat.
Items. Maybe they said, is it dead? Items on what items on the boat? Who says that? Brandon says, are they talking about their cell phone? Is it dead? My iPhone. No, they said Nolan. Come on, man. Come on, Brandon.
The fact that they were sinking. So I think people need to put this in context and reevaluate what they're listening to on the video, because if you are going to make a staunch stance in the wrong direction, in my opinion, by saying they're obviously talking about Nolan, it is incredibly impossible. One more thing, real quick, that when you look at where they were at when they made the phone call and their GPS coordinates, it literally put them on the island. And we know, and not on the physical island, but really close proximity to the island. And we know, because we have another video of Nolan being out there and also all the other boats surrounding him, that this would have had to happen very near to hundreds of people in hundreds of different boats. So somebody would have seen something if there was a dramatic commotion like this occurring on that boat.
I hear what you're saying, Officer Brandon Tatum. That last part that you said, that there were hundreds of people around and they would have seen what happened, that part, I disagree with that. John Mobley joining us, veteran trial lawyer out of South Carolina. John, take off your defense hat one moment and let's address that statement. Do I have to say Tupac? That just comes off the top of my head.
All right. Okay. So she's going to play it back. I know we have some people in the chat, maybe two people, who are like, nah, I don't hear what y'all hear. That's fine. Bless your heart. Okay? Bless your heart. I enhanced it. It's not so low that you can't make it out, you guys. It's not so low and there's not a lot going on that you just can't make out what's being said. There's no need for me to make it up. I have no skin in the game. I'm just telling you what I can hear. I pulled the original recording. I enhanced it myself. I hear his name being called. I don't know what you want to make of that. But some of us would call that a clue. All right? So let's hear it again. Let's hear it again.
Good luck.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles?
What'd you say? Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just thinking. I don't know. Like we're going down.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership like guaranteed. I don't have the tag
unless
on
you
here.
have a
It got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How
on
many?
board.
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
We're bringing in our forensics experts.
Check his chest. See, for all those who want to say this is about, what part of the boat engine is called the chest? Someone's going to be like, no, it's a boat. They're talking about the treasure chest. Check the treasure chest on the boat. You guys, is this what I'm saying? Like, are we going to just try to purposely excuse the things? Don't die. Nolan, wake up. Check his chest. Is he dead? Okay. Name the parts on the boat, please. For those who are just so willfully ignorant. You know, check his chest is what he said. I meant the chest, the treasure chest is what I meant. I meant the chest we put our treasure in because we're pirates, and that's what we do. Yeah. So it's you can't make it up. You can't make it up. She said, yeah, the ice chest. Listen, I love it. I love it. In a courtroom. I mean, that would fly, right? In the courtroom, people are going to be like, what do you mean? I meant the ice chest. That's what I was referring to. Okay, so you weren't talking about. Okay, but as I pan this video around that you guys took, guess what? There is no ice chest on the boat, sir. You see how quickly that lie can get you in trouble, right? You see how quickly that lie can get you in trouble in court. Hey, we just analyzed all the videos. There's no ice chest, bird chest, chesty, Chester the Chester cat. None of that, nothing with a chest on it is on this boat. What were you referring to? And who said, is he dead? Right? Someone said she needs to go. Nah, she's good. You know, she said ice chest. I love it. No, she said, no, there is a chest. Okay. Woo.
But back to Brandon Tatum, former police officer, Tucson PD. He is the star of the Officer Tatum on YouTube. He has interviewed Nolan's friends. Okay, you're saying that I am looking at, and others are looking at this out of context. My mind is open. You may be right. And I believe, Officer Tatum, you are specifically referring to the words. Let's see the transcript of the audio as I read this, please. You're referring to alleged statements. Sure, he's dead. Is he dead? Nolan. OMG. Nolan, don't die. Then wake the F up. I thought he was on the check his chest. Now, to you, Officer Tatum, you believe that there is an innocent explanation. My mind is open. And that innocent explanation would be what?
Well, I think that if you are convinced without context that they are talking about Nolan, you're going to hear certain things and perceive it. I mean, the bilge pump is damaged. They could have been saying, don't die, or is it dead, referring to the bilge pump or the bilge pump. And they could have been talking about a battery. They could have been saying no, and people think they said Nolan. The only reason that I deviate from the transcript is because there are witnesses that have said they've seen Nolan after the boys had already left and after the call was already made. And also, I put my detective mind on when I look at the reason.
Whew. All right. Yikes. Tatum said they could have been saying no, and people heard Nolan. Raise your hand in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you heard Nolan. If you just put a 1 in the chat if you heard them say Nolan, right? Or did you hear no? And then he said, let's put on our let's put on our investigative caps. You guys, put a 1 in the chat if you heard him say Nolan. What is he? What is Brand? This is where Brandon. This is Brandon, come to the front. Shout out. That's my boy. Come to the front, Brandon. We've talked before. Come on, man. You know, Brandon, come on now. And when you hear him trying to explain this, he's almost acting as a spin doctor, right? His job is to spin this, and he's not spinning good. You can't spin it. You cannot spin this, man. You can't. This is evidence. And what does he say? What is the proper way to spin this? The proper way to spin this is, you know what? I don't want to speak on. I hear certain things. It's hard to make out. I think we need to wait for the experts to properly analyze this and verify it from the source, and it's properly analyzed before we speak on what we think we can hear. That's how you spin. That's a proper spin for this. But to say, nah, you heard Nolan, you heard no though, right? You heard no, you didn't hear the land, right? Like, shout out to the lady in here. She's like, I heard chest, but they could be talking about the treasure chest, the ice chest, okay? Brandon said, no, they're probably talking about the motor's dying. Don't die. Motor. It sounded like Nolan, but it was motor. Don't die, motor. And with all the mixture of the seawater and the sounds of the birds chirping, the seagulls in the background, it's easy for you to misinterpret what you're actually hearing, right? So all those sounds and frequencies coming together at the same time with the boats here, the boats there, and then this is happening, and yeah, so you didn't hear right, right? Don't die. He's referring to the engine. Man, you got it. If you're going to spin, you got to be a ballerina. You got to be a ballerina if you want to spin this, right? I'm talking about in the globe, okay? I'm talking about like you got to be flawless with the spin. And I think this level is a little bit above your ability, Brandon, to spin. It's above your ability to spin. I don't think you don't have the experience and the knowledge and understanding to be able to spin something like this. You just don't. And that's not an attack or a dig towards you. It's just the facts. All right? It's the facts. You know, I think you're good at what you do on social media, but this is a different area you're operating in that I don't think you're qualified to operate in. All right? You're way out of your league with this one. You're way off the reservation, Brandon. You're way off, brother. You're too far gone. Because see, now you're playing in an arena that you don't have experience nor you trained in. You're acting as a crisis mitigating agent for these boys, and you're not doing a good job. You're not. All right. You know, people train to do this type of work. You know, where you're spinning the image. You're the publicist, and your job is to. There's people. Celebrities have people they call when their name and their brand is tarnished in the media, and they have their job is to spin that shit. Spin that shit. All right, you're not it. This ain't it. All right, this ain't it, Brandon. So he's trying to spin this, and it's not. You're not fooling anybody. All right. And again, you can see it in his face. He's struggling to believe this. But this is one of the things that people have an issue with Brandon in general, right? From me to him, from a professional standpoint, is that even when the evidence is in his face, even when you can see the violation, the policy violation, the constitutional violation, Brandon will still ignore it. And this is why people, where we say there's a segment of, I'll say black folks and there's a lot of people who believe that he is not genuine with his assessments and interpretations of events. All right. Yet he does have an audience that does appreciate those assessments, you guys. That's a fact. Okay, that's a fact. So though he leans on one side, he does have a base. He has an audience who appreciates his interpretation, his non-wavering of the facts. It's just like, no, you're wrong, period. And like he said, there's context. And there's always context. And he's absolutely right. But this right here is misplaced.
But why would they be calling and giving GPS coordinates and talking to this dispatch for 8 minutes if their best friend, whom I've spoke to these boys, they've showed me pictures, they were emotional about Nolan's death. I was there during the funeral, at least there with them when the funeral was going on, and they were devastated that they couldn't go to his funeral. I perceive that it doesn't make sense if they had killed their friend in a malicious way or he was dead, that they wouldn't just simply ask for help instead of trying to cover it up and calling for a tow. And
I know killers that have killed someone and call the police and act like they didn't do it. I've had plenty of cases like that. People break into your home and then report your house being broke. Hey, my neighbor's door has been wide open for like 3 hours. All right. I had a case with a guy who was using this girl he would solicit her up and down the street wearing skimpy clothes so the guys would pick her up, take her back to the house. She would spy inside their home. She would report it back to her boyfriend. They would go and kick their door and take all their stuff, you guys. And you know how I caught them? Because they all started with it. I said, hey, who's been in your house in the last week or so? Oh, this girl, blah, blah, blah. What's her name? Tamika. All right. Next victim. What's her name? Shamanica. Next victim. What's her name? Tanisha. Next victim. What's her name? Ashley. Next. What does she look like? She got a little tattoo right here. I started seeing a pattern. Right? This couple, this guy would use his girl, pranced her around the street. Guys would stop, holler at her, pick her up, take her back to the house. She'd eyeball everything in the home, report back to his friends, her boyfriend, and the boyfriends of the friends would go and kick the door in, you guys. Come on, man. Again, my experience in law enforcement investigating is different. It's different. I don't trust anybody. I trust the evidence. All that crying and boo-hooing and doing interviews, and he called Cito, and the grandfather canceled it. You guys, that's evidence. That means something. Right? That means something. So, he's already been sold. No pun. No pun intended. He's already been sold. He's convinced that they didn't do it. And that's fine. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced of anything. If anything, I think little by little, more and more things look more and more suspicious. I have more questions, right?
Talking for 8 minutes. I mean, all of those things, plus the witnesses, it just doesn't add up. And I just wish people be open-minded to saying, let me rewatch it and let me put it within context that Nolan cannot be on the boat because witnesses are seeing him afterwards. And let me re-listen to it and try to put...
Witnesses lie. Witnesses lie all the time. And who are these witnesses? And how does everybody have a timestamp when your phone's on the boat? How do you know what time it is? That's what I'm asking you. I got people giving me 3 o'clock, 4:30. How do you confirm the time? Tell me. Show me. Show me how you confirmed at 6 o'clock. What were you doing at 6? Prove to me at 6 o'clock. You documented this time. 6 o'clock. How did you know? How do you know it was 6 o'clock when you saw him? You guys, and when I start investigating, I start peeling back the layer. I thought it was 6. It was really about 3:30. My bad. Well, guess what? Nolan's back in play on the boat. Everybody got a sharp number, 6 o'clock. Prove it. Show me. How do you know when your phone's on the boat? You saw him at 6 and you pulled your phone out and said, shit, I saw a black guy at 6 o'clock. How do you know it was 6? What were you doing that led you to verify the time? Show me some pictures of you. I got pictures. You don't got to watch. People don't even wear watches anymore. How'd you tell the time? What was it? What were you doing that made you realize that it was 6 o'clock when you saw him? 2 people saw him? 2 people saw him? And they can confirm 6 o'clock? I'm not mad at it. What I'm saying is, I hear what you're saying. Now I need you to prove it. What were you doing that you were able to recognize the time at 6 o'clock? It just so happened to be 6 o'clock when you saw him. Okay, what was he doing? And who was he with? See, now that alibi has to connect. Anytime you throw the investigation in the direction, I have to go in. I got to go now. That's a bone being thrown in that direction. I'm going over there to go find out. Show me who it was. Show me who it was. I'm not saying that's not true. What I'm saying is that has to be vetted. That has to be vetted and verified. That's all I'm saying. Witnesses lie. Hell, what's his name? Jussie Smollett is a perfect example. This man lied about a hate crime against himself. Said he was beaten by 2 white men wearing MAGA hats who threw beer and peed on him or what, and threw a noose around his neck. In Chicago. A celebrity. And guess what? Everybody believed him. Everybody believed him. Yep. Come on now. Come on. Everybody believed Jussie Smollett. Oh, the actor. Oh, these 2 white men. They called me names and said some racial slurs and some homophobic slurs against me and beat me and threw a noose around my neck. Did you get a chance to look at them? You know what they look like? Yeah, they're 2 white men and they have MAGA hats on. So you know they're racist. Right? You guys. You see what I'm saying? And he called 911 himself. He made the report himself. Come to find out, with some 2 Nigerian black guys that did it. Struggling actors. And their final film, their short film. Okay? Come on now. Witnesses don't lie. Psh, come on, man.
Put it in perspective.
So you're saying witnesses saw him afterwards, after that call, or did you mean to say witnesses saw him elsewhere?
Yeah, no, witnesses saw him on the island after the call. After the boys had left around 4:30, witnesses have seen Nolan alive on the island after that. So, that puts Nolan alive.
Now that's assuming, here's my question as an investigator. Do these people know Nolan individually? Do they know him? Why do I say that? Because all black people don't look alike. All right? How do you know? Then you point someone out like, no, that's a white guy with a really bad tan. Nolan is not dark skinned, you guys. He's lighter than Tatum. Okay, what distance did you see him from? You saw him over here? That's not him. Do you know him personally? Do you know him personally? Because that will change how strong that statement, that witness's statement's going to be. Did you know him personally? How far away was he? Did you say anything to him? Who was he with? What time was it when you saw him? How did you know that? Where were you at the time? What was he doing at the time? How could you confirm and then have two people? Were those two people together when they saw him? That matters. You mean two people saw him separately at 6 o'clock? You guys, it doesn't work like that. And they picked him out of a crowd of, what did Tatum say? What did Warren say? There were hundreds of people. And you saw the only black guy we're looking for at random 6 o'clock. Was the sun up at 6? Was it going down at 6? That matters. That matters, you guys. All right? I'm just saying that it's not that simple. It's more to it than just that. All right? As an investigator, it's not that simple to just, well, two people said they saw him. And you get to asking questions and you find out that they saw somebody who wasn't that person. It happens all the time. All the time. All right? He wasn't the only black person. So how did you know it was Nolan? All right?
After that, and I think that people should be focused on, okay, now let's interview and talk to people and consider what did they see, because we're already past the point of Warren and Wyatt's boat and all of those things being involved.
Officer Tatum, I had so many trial judges from all the cases I tried in different courtrooms, but one particular judge, my favorite, Luther Alverson, he had a particular jury charge. And I've heard it so many times, I've memorized it. He said to the jury at the end of the case, after the closings, it is your duty to make all witnesses speak the truth and impugn perjury on no one. So, what I'm trying to do is reconcile what you're saying with what I'm hearing. I hope Nolan Wells died by accident. But I'm not shutting down our crime stories investigation until I know. Now, I want to address this sound. To Joe Scott Morgan, a professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon. At Jacksonville State University, they have a world-class CrimPro lab and setup. In fact, I've called on Morgan many times to help me recreate crimes in their labs. Star of Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, you've been on so many death scenes, trying desperately to get to my experts, but I got to lay the foundation as I would do it.
Let me stop it there. I was looking for the clip. They must have cut it out. There's a clip where Tatum is going back and forth with Nancy, and they're talking about. I'm gonna have to find that clip. That was one of the most important clips I wanted to play, but I don't see it on here. They must have cut it out. We're gonna dive into this last piece, you guys, and I want to bring some people up to have a conversation. Oh my God, this is crazy. D.L. Hughley gets into the fray with let me see how this is gonna work with this. Let me see. It's all bad, actually. I don't know how good we can see this. Okay. D.L. Hughley gets into a back and forth with Brandon Tatum. Okay, it's no surprise. Listen, I'm not a fan of D.L. at all. I don't think he's that funny. I don't like the direction he's been going in lately, his political stances, and I think he is a race baiter as well. I don't like how he handles things. I'm just not a fan. All right, I'm not a fan, and that's my personal thing. It has nothing to do with nothing else. It's personal. I just don't like people who weaponize race all the time. They can't see the context of things, and they assume all white people are evil, bad, and wicked, and black people are just out here being victims. I just don't agree with that ideology. So there's things that DL says that I agree with, and there's a lot of things that I disagree with. Okay, and again, it's how they use race, how they weaponize racism to fit an agenda or to make a point. And so I'm not with that. So anybody who does that, I'm not a fan of it, period. I don't care who you are, okay? He's one of them. He does it often. I don't care for it. All right. Now, he has some things to say about Brandon Tatum. So we're going to dive into that. He can be hilarious. Yes, he has moments where he can be funny. I'm not going to lie. All right. Before we get into DL, we're going to play that DL. Let me get into these super chats, the ones that I may have missed. Let me see, make sure I didn't miss anybody. All right, boom. Shout out to Links 404. He said can't trust medical examiner. Oh no, I got that one. Shout out to you. I got that. Where am I at? Got that one. Got that one. Okay. Erkman. Shout out to you, Erkman19. The $5 super chat says, nah. Just referring to Tatum. He will be a horrible attorney. A good attorney won't try to outright deny reality. Doing that blatantly discredits you with the jury. That is so true. And you do have attorneys that do it. You do have it. Attorneys will not acknowledge facts, but they'll do it in a way to where it's not obvious, right? They find a way to spin it. They spin it better, right? You got to be a good spin doctor, all right? So I agree with you there. You can't just blatantly ignore stuff because you will lose credibility with the jury. When the jury's like, hold on, we saw the video, okay? We saw what the officer did. We saw what the young man did. The young man clearly turned around and drew his weapon, and the officer had to shoot. So it's like you just sit here and be like, but my client never had a gun and never had. Well, you can't say that because we see the gun, right? You see what I'm saying? So you can't be naive with the jury. They don't play that in most cases. Shout out to you. Well said. Links 404 with the super chat says Tatum, Chichi. Call him a Chichi man. All right, so that's for the island folks on the chat. Know what that is. Shout out to you. We got some yachties in the chat. Successful MD says he would lose his license to practice law. Listen, every attorney is not a good attorney, you guys. Every attorney is not a good attorney. T. Reneo, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. What does she say? She says, I don't trust that pathologist. She has done 4 young black men's autopsy, and all 4 was no foul play with 1 hung. Yikes. I did hear a lot of crazy things regarding her, and Mississippi, shout out to you though. A case like this, you guys, the exposure, this can unravel. If there's been a lot of consistent wrongdoing, this is one thing that can definitely blow the lid on a lot of people's careers. And I'm all for it. We saw this with the Ahmaud Arbery trial, where we found that the DA was basically hiding evidence or preventing prosecution from the father and the son who had shot and killed Ahmaud Arbery, right? Because the father had used to work in the DA's office and worked with the DA and all that stuff, that nepotism and favoritism, cronyism, all whatever you want to call it, the corruption, and they almost got away with murder, right? So these things happen, and this is right in the backyard, all right? So these things do happen. Pearly Unlikely, shout out to you again. He said his comment section is full of people eating up his every word and can't think for themselves. These are the same people we out on the roads with daily. America is full of ignorant people, full of them. Everybody is not a critical thinker, and some people believe everything the media tells them. And then you have people who have podcasts who reinforce what the media says. All right. And like I said before, he is very racially apologetic towards cops and white people. And, take it how you want to take it, but that's the reality. He's very apologetic. And so when it comes to holding, when putting that accountability stick out, he's not really dishing it out like that. All right. He tries to justify wrongdoing a lot. And that's what I've noticed from a professional standpoint between analyzing police videos. So we both will analyze police encounters involving officers, right? But he does something very unique that I'm going to point out when him and D.L go back and forth. And I really want to get to that so I can show you guys something that I've noticed. Not just that he does, a lot of people do. Miss Toddy, shout out to you. Says, so the ice chest needs to CPR resuscitation. And that lady said it's an ice chest. Lord have mercy. But you know what happens, man? You get in the court, folks will throw all kind of stuff out. And in the event of trying to just get away with it. You know what I mean? So Mountain Goddess 314, shout out to you. 13-year-old Cameron Boone was shot on Tuesday in Atlanta under suspicious circumstances. Haven't heard anyone bring it up. I will look into that. I'll look into that. I'll make a note of that for sure. I'll look into that since that's in my backyard. So, Cameron Boone, thank you for that. Thank you for that super chat. Gifted 5 Real Nathan Daily memberships. Oh, Chicago Rilla, shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. You guys, that's the homie right there from day one, man. Let me go ahead and let me go ahead and get that applause. Man, thank you so much, Chicago Rilla. That's the homie right there. I haven't seen you in forever, brother. I've been off of YouTube for a minute. So shout out to you, brother. Welcome in. Make yourself at home as always. So, okay, where are we? D.L. Hughley gets into it with Tatum. It's all on wax. So let's hear what he has to say. I'm trying to see, I guess, in order to get this bigger, because I couldn't find whatchamacallit. It's all good. We're going to do it like this. Let me drop myself down so we can hear what DL got to say. Whew! The back and forth gets crazy. Here we go.
This is Brandon Tatum.
Y'all just see what unfunny ex-comedian D.L. Hughley just said about me. Posted a picture of me and my wife. To do what? To be a racist? You are the lamest dude in all of comedy.
What is more lame than calling yourself the job you used to have? You're not an officer anymore. You were a football player who failed at being a football player. You didn't make the team, so you became an officer. That wasn't working out, so you became an influencer. You talked about emotion. What is more emotional than this?
The word.
You cried for a white dude who the people didn't even think you worthy to speak at his funeral. You said you wouldn't cry for your son, but you cried for him. That's not emotion. You talked of the way Benjamin Crump talks.
Just want to blame white folks. And so I go out there because I know that lame Al Sharpton and Mr. I can't read Benjamin Crump is just race hustling, y'all.
You talked about how those boys are innocent. You had proof. Now, I don't know whether they're innocent or not. I don't know what happened there. But I know one conversation with a failed football player and a social media influencer is not the predicate. You don't have any toxicology report. You don't have an autopsy report. You talked about black people acting a fool. Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that took 31 years and 3 trials to prosecute and find guilty the murder of Medgar Evers. Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that in 2005 found 215 black people that were dead and buried in a pauper's grave and nobody knew they were there. Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that just killed a 1-year-old boy and nobody's being brought to account about. Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that has been poisoning black people with the water since the 1960s. Black people didn't look for this fight. They want justice. All they want is accountability. And if it's those boys, it should be that. Nobody has a predetermined notion. I don't know what happened. But if you're saying that Al Sharpton and that Benjamin Crump are on one side, you're certainly on the other. You talk to them for 2 days and now all of a sudden you know if they're guilty. You know if they're innocent. You know that. Your name is, your moniker is Officer Tatum, not Detective Tatum. You didn't make your way to detective. You're an influencer who says what white people want you to say. And don't you find it interesting that they chose to speak to you? And they chose to speak to you for the same reason that you're a conservative, for the same reason Turning Point did, because you're safe. They know you're a black man who'll do what he's told. You're an unremarkable black man. This is Brandon Tatum.
Did y'all just see what unfunny ex-comedian?
He said you're an unremarkable black man. Jesus Christ. D.L went in. Listen, D.L went in. Now, I'm not saying he's wrong, but he's not accurate, okay? He's not accurate. But what I think is interesting is Tatum's response was very interesting. I think Tatum is upset that people are really dragging him behind this. I don't know if Tatum is seeing what other people are seeing. And, you know, I've already spoke about it here in the live, expressing, kind of pointing out, hey, Tatum, this is why people have an issue with how you did it. Not what you did, but how you did it. And DL's right. He said, you don't know these kids at all. You just met them. And you're already trying to exonerate them in the media, you know, and that's not your place to do that. And so DL hit the head, or he hit the nail on the head with that one for sure, right? Another thing he pointed out, which I thought was really on point, was, I mean, he touched on the idea that, well, he touched on the fact that Black people have a right to be uncomfortable and not confident. With Mississippi, the state historically lacks integrity as it relates to dealing with Black people in the criminal justice system. Period. That's not even debatable. Right? Something happened to Mississippi. We were all like, shit, we got to see how this plays out. You know, DL is absolutely right. All right. So Brandon, honestly, I haven't seen Brandon like this. I get on his channel every now and then. I like to see his reviews on certain things that I'm going to be reviewing. You know, people will send certain videos to me that he's done, and we'll kind of go back and forth on, who has the right perspective or perspective of the case. Outside of that, I'm not on his channel like that, right? He's heavy politically leaning. I don't really have a political channel like that. So the only time I really kind of peep his channel, somebody sends something to me when we're talking about similar cases. All right. And so again, there are things that he says that I agree with, and there's things in the case that I don't agree with, right? Sonya Massey is a perfect good example of that. So, but this is his rebuttal. Brandon's rebuttal is very interesting. And so we're going to take a look at that. And then we're going to dive into these calls if anybody's interested in coming up. All right. All right, here we go.
This is Brandon Tatum.
Y'all just see what unfunny ex-comedian D.L. Hughley just said about me. Posted a picture of me and my wife. To do what?
Company that agrees with your values. At one point in time, I used to like D.L. Hughley, and I thought he was funny. Now, he was not even the top 5 in the Kings of Comedy, in my opinion. But I thought I respected his game. Just to grow up and realize D.L. Hughley is a simp, and he's a beta, and he's a crybaby, allegedly worth $10 million, but he's still crying about the white man every day. And he crying about the white man, yet he worked for white men companies. The one he worked for now is the CEO. I think it's run by Black people, but there's also white people in C-suite positions in that company. It's not an all-Black company. Blackly black. He's so black that he don't even care about Black women enough to not cheat on his wife. He posted a picture of my wife. At least I ain't cheating on my wife. He cheated on his wife, got an outside baby. And a very unfortunate situation happened with his.
Yikes. Whew. Listen, one thing I don't appreciate what DL did. Don't put people's wives, spouses, and why you got to post people's kids or family. You got beef with Tatum, have your beef with Tatum, right? I'm not with all that putting people's kids up and all that. That's, to me, I don't agree with that. I know what DL's trying to insinuate. He's a black man, he's with a white woman. Listen, to each their own. Date who you want, love who you want. Who cares, okay? However, don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. And if you have a glass jaw, you should watch your mouth, all right? Who knows that? Who knows what lyrics that's from? You don't throw stones when you live in a glass house, and if you got a glass jaw, you should watch your mouth, because I'll break. All right? Who knows where that came from? Who knows that track? Who knows that track? I'm a cash app somebody like, oh, someone said 50 Cent. Yeah, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Yeah, 50 Cent said that. He's right. All right. Brandon comes back swinging. Brandon said, I'm not here for that shit. You put my family picture up. You talking trash. You calling me a coon, sellout, a tippity tip top Tom. I'm going to fight back. Brandon wants to fight back. Brandon said, I choose violence. You guys. Brandon's tired. You can see it in his face. He's tired of pushing. He has to push. You guys, this is his job, you guys. This is his job. All right? And he's like, listen, I'm just doing my job. This is what I get paid to do. And people are coming for him. All right?
With his outside baby. And he want to come at me when he wasn't even there to protect his children. Then his young daughter gets into a sexual situation with a minor, where they both were minors. And she came to her dad in confidence, her black father, in confidence, and said she was being abused, and he didn't believe her. Brother, why are you talking about me? I'm finna play the clip for y'all. Why are you talking about me? You need to be worried about your own household. And let's put that in position, or put that in perspective. All the drama I just mentioned with his inner family ain't not one of the suspects in that situation white. A white man didn't cheat on your wife. A white man didn't abuse your daughter. A white boy, I'd say. And a white man didn't take the life of your infant child whom you had out of wedlock while you were married. These are all black people doing this. And yet you cry about white people every day of the week. Listen to what this fool said about me, and I'm gonna critique it as we go. Roll it.
This is Brandon Tatum.
Y'all just see what unfunny ex-comedian D.L. Hughley just said about me. Posted a picture of me and my wife. To do what? To be a racist? You are the lamest dude in all of comedy.
This is an angry man right here. He is angry, you guys. And I think it's because people are calling him. You got to remember, Brandon's been dealing with the whole sellout, the coon, you don't like to be black, you think you're white. He's been dealing with so much, and I don't care how much money you make. I don't care. It bothers him. It bothers him. And it's like you bringing up this man's family. He's pissed, you guys. Look at his face. This man chooses violence. And let me tell you something. Brandon's not a little dude. All right? He is pissed, you guys. And why am I reacting to this? Because he's going to point out some things in this video. What is he saying? He's saying, how you talk about my life and your life is all jacked up and you're responsible for it. Listen, both of these someone said Big Man. He is pissed. I've never seen him this angry, but I don't blame him, man. You get tired. They call me a coon and a sellout too all the time. All right? They call me a sellout all the time. But I just speak truth, no matter where it falls. Right is right, wrong is wrong. But Tatum is pissed, you guys. I think he's been getting death threats behind this Nolan Wells case. People have been threatening him, threatening his family and things like that. He's angry. And that's why he is going out after everybody. I've never seen him go attack. Basically, I haven't seen him to this magnitude, right? on like a revenge campaign. Like everybody who says something crazy to him, he's making a video. He did another video about DL. DL did another video. So I mean, they're going back and forth. And again, DL shouldn't be talking about nobody's family. All right, he shouldn't be. He needs to keep this all on the topic at hand.
What is more lame than calling yourself the job you used to have? You're not an officer anymore.
Pause.
You were a
Time out.
football.
It's called a moniker. People consider me as Officer Tatum because I became famous as Officer Tatum. And D.L. Hughley, that's your stage name. You still going by your stage name, Negro. You ain't even a comedian no more, passing out on stage and stuff. You ain't even funny no more. But you going by D.L. Hughley. So people want to consider to call me the Officer Tatum or Officer Tatum. I'm fine with that. It's called a brand. Roll the clip.
A player who failed at being a football player. You didn't make the team, so you became an officer. That wasn't working out, so you became an influencer. You talked about it.
He said, I didn't make the team, or I didn't make it to the NFL. Okay, I don't think that's anything somebody can be sad about. And I'm also glad I don't have CTE either, so it's not all bad. And D.L. Hughley, somebody told me you were 5'6" or something. You would never make it to. You won't even make it to college. You were in high school, little beta male talking about. Then I became a cop. What did I do as a cop? I protected black people with my life. D.L. Hughley is telling jokes. You better sit your butt down. Let him finish.
Emotion. What is more emotional than this?
The word.
You cried for a white dude who the people didn't even think you worthy to speak at his funeral. You said you wouldn't cry for your son, but you cried for him. That's not emotion.
Time out. Lies.
I don't understand. I think one of the problems I have, especially with this, is that again, it's this constant correlation, trying to correlate everything to race, right? And this is what I have an issue with. I don't know. I have white friends. I have friends that are white. One of my best friends was white, passed away. I just love people. I dislike evil people. I dislike wicked people, right? I'm not so fixated on people's skin color like that. So when you have a situation like this, of Brandon saying, Charlie Kirk was my friend, you don't like what Charlie Kirk stood for, you don't like the things that he said, that's one thing. But if that's his friend, that's his friend. I don't get that, you guys. Like, I just don't understand the fixation of wanting to always bring up race in these type of conversations. I don't understand the relevance. And I feel like it just ruins the conversation. It just takes everything to a different direction. But I don't know. At the end of the day, I think it's weird, and it's an obsession to me.
First and foremost, I did cry when Charlie died, and I could have cut the feed off, and so nobody could ever see me cry. But it was an emotional thing when your friend gets assassinated and his neck blows out and there's blood gushing out of his neck in front of the world. That's traumatic. And he was a good dude. That's why emotions came out. And I was really thinking the reason I started crying was more about his kids. As soon as I thought about his kid, it just hit me. I thought about his little kids, and it was just sad. He's just a young man in his 30s getting assassinated. But see, y'all fools crying for low-life drug dealers who get killed by the police. At least Charlie was honorable. At least Charlie was a man of God. At least Charlie was blameless.
See, and this is the thing, and my comparison, let me be clear. I'm getting to it. It's coming up. But this is where Brandon Tatum falls, right? People have an issue with, people say, okay, in this sense, you have D.L. Hughley, he race baits. Well, one can argue Brandon also race baits in a different way. right? Brandon also weaponizes race when he makes arguments or when he wants to push a particular agenda. He uses race, he weaponizes race as well. The problem is when he does it, he ends up insulting a group, black people, when he does it. This is where he starts to find his issue, right? This is where the issue starts to unfold. What example did he just use? He says, well, at least the guy I'm crying about is honorable. You guys cry about, he's referring to who? You guys? Who's he referring to? He's referring to George Floyd. And, you know, the whole idea, the mockery behind George Floyd is that he wasn't a good guy at all. He had a criminal history. He did some things that were real foul. And he was celebrated. He was put on a pedestal. They made monuments of him, right? Statues of him. And the lengths that they went to kind of put him, uplift him, whatever, he's using that as an example. To me, that wouldn't be the best example to use, right? Because of what George Floyd signifies to a lot of black people. And the purpose or the root cause, the root issue with the George Floyd thing was the interaction with the police, right? No one was fixating about his past, what he did in that moment, what he did last week, or what his history was. People were concerned about how he was treated in the moment when he was unalived. And instead of focusing on that interaction, what people do to dismiss that or deflect from that is they talk about what the person's past was in order to circumvent around the behavior of the officer. And it's those tactics. It's that type of spinning, that type of avoidance that people do not like. When we're talking about the behavior of an individual, we are not now discussing the actions of the victim or the past history of the victim. That's irrelevant to what we're discussing, which is the behavior of the authority figure that ended this person's life. That is why there's so much contention around Brandon and his perception and how he perceives as well as dissects incidents with the moniker of officer behind it. Because by using that moniker, by having that platform, you are insinuating that there is a knowledge and understanding that you are asserting that what I'm saying holds weight, holds value, holds truth. And there's power behind titles and there's power behind a platform. And this is why people get upset with them. All right, does that make sense? So I want to be clear that I'm not gossiping, putting gossip material on here. I want people to understand that I understand what the issue, and I'm also explaining to those who don't understand why he's receiving backlash. All right, why is Brandon getting backlash? It may not make sense because why? You have two people who use race and weaponize race to push an agenda. Okay? And they're both operating on opposite sides. Extreme views. DL got an extreme view. Brandon has an extreme view. And they're clashing. Two extreme views are clashing. And both are either they truly believe this or they're paid to say it. Both of them. Either they're paid or they truly believe this. Either DL is not an idiot, you guys. And that's how I know he's paid to push a lot of stuff. Because he's intelligent. He's intelligent. But he will repeat things. He will push a media agenda. He will push a divisive message as well. Using race. Just like a lot of people do. All right? Just like he will do the exact same thing that he's accusing Brandon of doing. Brandon will do the exact same thing that he's accusing DL of doing. They both operate the same way on two opposite coins, or I'll say two opposite sides of the same coin, if that makes sense. All right? If you know, you know, and if you understand, you understand. All right.
Charlie didn't cheat on his wife like you cheating on your wife. Okay, let him finish.
Talk that the way Benjamin Crump talks.
Just want to blame white folks. And so I go out there because I know that lame Al Sharpton and Mr. I can't read Benjamin Crump is just race hustling, y'all.
You talked about how those boys are innocent. You had proof. Now, I don't know whether they're innocent or not. I don't know what happened there. But I know one conversation with a failed football player and a social media influencer is not the predicate. You don't have any toxicology report. You don't have an autopsy report. You talked about black people acting a fool.
Okay, let's get to this. This fool say, I don't know the truth, but you are not a failed dude. I investigated crimes for a living. Okay. And I didn't say they were innocent or guilty. I let them talk, and the evidence that they presented put them in a position where they weren't even there when Nolan.
False. You let them talk, and then you co-signed, right? You let them talk, and then you co-signed, and then you want to convince. You're trying to convince everybody else to believe that they're innocent. That's the issue with this, Brandon. This is why people are dragging you about this case, is because you didn't just let them talk. You let them talk, and then you want to turn around and convince everybody else that they are innocent and that we're idiots and we're not hearing things correctly. We're not putting context to what we're hearing. That we're not intelligent enough to hear what we heard on the tow call, on the distress call. On that dispatch call was very clear and everybody heard it. And you were convincing us to think otherwise. You're trying to convince people to believe that they are innocent, and they could be innocent, right? And so that's the issue. And DL's absolutely, he's 100% correct. He's 100% correct.
Died. So what do you think they did? You think they're guilty just because they were his friends? They weren't there. They have video. They have Life 360. They got GPS coordinates. They showed us video of them leaving the island, getting towed out. Testimony from multiple people. They were not there. But you don't care about what happened to Nolan like I do. You just want the white boys to be wrong so it can feed your ego. Roll the clip.
Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that took 31 years and 3 trials to prosecute and find guilty the murder of Medgar Evers. Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that in 2005 found 215 black people that were dead and buried in a pauper's grave and nobody knew they were there.
Okay, let me pause that about this, and this is what I don't like about DL. Okay, and this is why I say he's just as dangerous as any race. What is a race baiter, you guys? What does a race baiter do? It's a person who weaponizes race for a particular agenda, right? Someone who tries to invoke an emotional response using racism, using race, using color, in order to twist, manipulate the minds of people, get people to think a certain way, get people to feel a certain kind of way, get people to invoke a hate response to another group. You bait people using race. That's a race baiter. You bait them in for a reason. You bait them in for an objective, right? A race baiter. All right? You utilize race when, and in fact, when you really dive deep and look into it, race has nothing to do with it. But in order to rile people up, to invoke that emotional response, you insinuate certain things that aren't real. You leave it up to the person to believe that race played a factor in it. You got people who do that are dangerous. And so this is a perfect example. DL talks about this in Mississippi. He says black people, the The 215 people. Let's take a look at this, and you tell me what you think in the chat. And this is the point that I'm trying to make. And I want to see if anybody catches on. Has anybody heard of this case or this incident? All right. He's talking about Mississippi and the history of Mississippi. Someone said DL's quoting facts. All right. He is some, but not all. Someone says sounds about white. He says 215 people have been buried behind Mississippi jail since 2016, attorney says. I want to replay this clip, and I want to get your thoughts in the comment section. All right. What is DL implying?
He's suspicious of a state that took 31 years and 3 trials to prosecute and find guilty the murder of Medgar Evers. Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that in 2005 found 215 black people that were dead and buried in a pauper's grave, and nobody knew they were there. Medgar Evers. Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that in 2005 found 215 black people that were dead.
You guys, this is false. This is false, you guys. He said in 2005, 250, he said 215 or 250 black people were found dead, buried in Mississippi, behind their jail. That's false. That's not true. That's not true. And see, but this is what we call social math, when people use these extreme statements in order to invoke an emotional response out of, this is race baiting at its finest. This guy's talented and he's good at it, you guys. And this is what I do not like about DL. This isn't true. It's not true. 215 people have been buried behind a Mississippi jail since 2016, attorney says. DL says they're black people. That's false. It was everybody, you guys. And in actuality, when you look it up and actually do the research, it had nothing to do with black people. It had everything to do with people who were low on the socioeconomic ladder, right? Poor people, people who didn't have any family members. White, black, Hispanic, they're all back there, you guys. That was the common denominator. But see, DL doesn't care about that. He's probably repeating what he thought he heard someone else say. It wasn't just black people back. It was a lot. As a matter of fact, it was more white people than black people buried back there. This doesn't excuse Mississippi's horrific history and their injustices towards black people. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that these are sensitive topics and conversations that you have to be accurate. You have to be accurate. All right? And what this ends up doing is people use this as a way to, again, push their agenda, you guys. All right? And this, when I saw this, I said, you know what? This is part of it. This is part of it. And he says this, and it seems harmless, but when black people hear it, emotional black people hear it, you guys, it throws them in a tangent. It takes them out of here. It invokes an emotional response, and next you know, people aren't thinking clearly. They're not moving clearly. And now you riled up people based off of inaccurate information. All right?
And buried in a pauper's grave, and nobody knew they were there. Black people are right to talk or to be suspicious of a state that just killed a 1-year-old boy and nobody's being brought to account. Black people are right to be suspicious.
Another inaccurate statement, right? That case is involving an incident that happened. But let me let Tatum do his thing first, and I'm gonna go.
Roll that back, bro. What did that article say? Roll it back. Play it.
Buried in a pauper's grave and nobody knew they were there. Black people are right to talk or to be suspicious of a state that just killed a 1-year-old.
Pause. I can't read because the letters there. It says involved in a fatal shooting of 1-year-old was once accused of exaggerating. What did it say? Exaggerating threat posed by a car. What's the person up there what's the name above his words? Is that said Does it say Mississippi cop or Mississippi man? Okay. Let's play it.
Oh boy, and nobody's being brought to.
Oh, Mississippi officer. Yeah, you know the funny thing is, bro, and I probably remember this situation. There is no way in the world that the officer just killed a 1-year-old. But this how stupid these Negroes are. You stupid enough to say they just walked and killed a 1-year-old. That's why y'all ain't never gonna be nothing, man. And I'm not talking about every black person because there's smart ones like me. I'm talking about you ignorant Negroes. They killed.
Brandon said the smart ones like me. And see, this is what people have an issue with, Brandon. You know, that talk right there is what people have an issue with right there. You know, look at his face. Brandon's in a lane of his own, man. He doesn't understand, like, you don't get it.
A black kid and the 1-year-old, nobody know about it. You go and look that up. It probably was an officer involved situation. Matter of fact, look it up for me. 2 things I want y'all to look up for me. How many black people have been murdered by black people in Mississippi in the last 10 years? And then we'll look up some circumstances around this Mississippi officer.
You see what he just did? You see what he just did? This is going to be the highlight reel of Brandon's legacy right here. This is Brandon's biggest Achilles heel right here. Anytime you are addressing the behavior of the wrongdoing of an officer, he circumvents around it and then says what black people do. This is his problem right here. This is going to be what he's going to be known for the rest of his life. He'll never be able to shake this, you guys. This is his brand. This is the Brandon Tatum brand that I will not address. Even if we talk about this, we're not going to sit on this. We are going to focus on what black people are doing. You guys, that's counterproductive, right? This is not a conversation about what black people are doing or how much. He wants to know how many people in Mississippi were killed by other black people. How many black people killed other black people? We're not talking about that. What did he bring up? What did D.L. just bring up? D.L. just brought up something very specific. Talk about that. Address that. Find out what that officer did. Was that officer wrong? What did that officer do that was justified or unjustified? In that moment, he thought that the best rebuttal or the best way to address that would be to find out how many black people killed other black people. And what's the intent behind that? It's for him to say that black people are complaining about this one death when then there's all these other deaths that they could be complaining about. That is a bad faith argument. It's a very ignorant argument to make. Why is that? It's not what we're talking about. And it's clearly you're deflecting, and that bothers me when people do that. I don't care, or either don't matter. People do it to me all the time. When you're calling someone out and you're trying to hold them accountable, then they want to change the subject. They want to adjust it. They want to talk about something else. No, you're wrong, Brandon. That's not the way to do it. That's not the way to go about it. And this is what people are examining. This is why people are tired of the content. Or I would say black people are tired of the content that you put out because the way you examine things, the way you decide to address things, that black people killing black people in Mississippi has nothing to do with the Mississippi officer involved fatal shooting of the 1-year-old Cohen Wiley. Absolutely nothing. Why can't we stick to that fact, address that issue? That is the problem. That is the problem. And that is why Brandon receives so much backlash, you guys. That's what's going on. Instead of dissecting that article, finding out what that issue is, you know what I saw when I didn't hear about the shooting, but the moment I saw him pull that up, I said, let me go look into that. Let me find out what that case is about. Nothing in my mind said, you know what? Let me find out how many black people have been shot and killed. And yeah, people say, okay, DL is upset, he's passionate, he's angry about the injustices of black. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. But you don't answer that injustice with, well, black folks kill black folks all the time. Why don't we talk about, nah, that's not the time or the place for the conversation, right? But what happened with this case, you guys? Because I looked it up. Because I want to know what he was talking about. What was he talking about? And listen, while I cover this last point, I dropped the link in the chat. If you want to come up and give your thoughts on this case, I will bring you up for, a few minutes, get your thoughts. If you have any disagreements with what I said, you're more than welcome to come up and give your thoughts, you guys. I do that in the last 15, 20 minutes of the show to get people's opinion. You're more than welcome to share your thoughts. Again, I'm dropping the link. If the moderators can just push that through into the chat. All right. If you want to come up, I'll let you get your thoughts. If something I said that you don't disagree with, I'll definitely bring you up and you can share your thoughts. There have been some disagreements in the chat. You're more than welcome to come up and let me let me hear it. If you don't agree with something I said or something that you want to speak on about this Nolan Wells case, something about this Brandon backlash. I told you we're talking about Brandon tonight. We are pointing out the things. I'm seeing what people are saying. And so, if you want to come up, you gotta cam up. Come up, cam up. You gotta have your cam on if you're coming up. All right. So as people fill up the back room, I'm gonna just finish this. For those who are not familiar with this case, this is what DL was talking about. All right. The 1 month after shooting death of Cohen Wiley. All right. Community activist continues for fighting for justice. You guys, what happened in this case? What happened was, allegedly in Mississippi, in Walmart, a woman was accused of shoplifting. And it seems like the police tried to stop her. She got in the car and she drove. She was obviously at gunpoint, obviously at some point, but she activated that vehicle in the presence of the officer, and the officer felt in that moment that he needed to fire rounds into the car. Okay, I don't know all the details, but that is the synopsis of the case, is that they are pursuing, investigating a shoplifter. The woman gets in the vehicle, drives off, like obviously driving off, attempting to drive off, and the passenger was holding the little girl. When the bullets went into the vehicle, the bullet struck the girl, killed the girl. All right. And of course, people are asking for transparency. And they probably don't feel like they're getting transparency out of Mississippi. I want to see the body cam. All right. This is the case. This is what he's talking about. And they believe that they're not getting there's any transparency. It was a beautiful baby. So here's the problem. Brandon's response to that is, look up how many black people have been killed in Mississippi. You dismissed what he's saying, and I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. So I don't know all the details. Oh, here's someone saying, The girl in the passenger seat held the baby up and asked the police not to shoot because it's a baby in the car, and the police shot anyways. I think that's where the big problem is. Oh, either way, I don't see the reason why the officer should have shot anyways, especially if you see a baby in the car. You know, I don't know. You know, we got to see that body cam, but it doesn't look good for the officer. And here's the thing. If you're shoplifting and you got a baby in the car, you also put that baby at risk, right? Like, let's be real. And, you know, people don't like to hear that. That doesn't justify or excuse the officer at all. But as an individual, there also some accountability there too, you know? So I dropped the link in the chat. You guys, we had some naysayers. You know, we had some naysayers. You know, I'd love to have you come up. I'd love to have you come up. Let me remove this. Let me get to these last super chats. Where we at? I'm gonna some of these comments. If you have any questions too, while people are wondering, someone came up, but then as soon as I said you got a cam up, they dropped off. So you know what time it is. All right. Someone said, I wanted to bring this up. Someone said Tatum celebrated every black death and called it justified. There's some truth to that. There's some truth to that. All right. He's justified a lot of, there's been some shootings, police involved shootings that he's examined, I examined, and we both agreed on. There's some shootings that we both agreed on, but agreed on them for different reasons. And there's been some shootings that we did not agree on. Okay. Like the Sandra Massey shooting. That to me was, from start to finish, that was not justified. He found it justified, you know. You know, so you know, we look at things, we interpret things differently. So I think your guy didn't make freshman as a I think your guy didn't make freshman as a senior. I don't know. I think I heard him say he got injured while he ended up stopping playing football, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to double check. You know, shout out to you for the super chat. Let me see. You should recommend therapy for your friend, please, man. Nah, Brandon's good. Brandon's good. Trust me. Brandon got a lot of money. He got all the therapy he needs. Trust me, that brother is not hurting. I think he's just upset that people are dragging him, bashing him. You know what I mean? He's getting the backlash, but I truly don't believe he sees the reasoning why. Like, I think he really feels justified. I don't want to say justified. I believe Brandon is really confident into why he feels the way he feels, and he doesn't think that it's anything wrong with the way he goes about it. Now, listen, like I said before, they drag me too on here too. And I'm fair. All right. I keep it real. You know what I mean? I keep it real. So, and they still drag me. And there's some people you just, I'm not here to please anybody either. Right. I'm here to educate, to provide insight. I'm not here to coddle anybody. And I think that's why I have the success that I do have, the amount of success that I do have, and what people appreciate when they call and consult with me and things like that. People trust that I'm going to be honest. You know, I'm not going to placate. You know, I don't think did he speak on the Dylan Roof case? I'm not sure. It's a good one. Thank you for the super chat. Brother dropping the twos out here. Will Light Nation, shout out to you. Said Brandon is interfering in an investigation and needs to be sued. Talking with those boys is like tampering with evidence. No, I mean, the boys can go. I mean, it's no different than them going on any news channel talking. It's not wrong that they're talking. Where we're having the problem is Brandon's trying to tell everybody they're innocent. You know, Brandon's trying to tell everybody they're innocent. Are you wearing a mask? You know, I got to bring you with that mask on. Look, that's crazy. Oh, I gotta hear this. Okay, give me a sec. I'm about to bring you up. We gotta see what this mask is about. Like it's like a ballroom or something going on there. All right. Shout out to you. Joe Thompson says, shout out to all Leos and their sacrifice and service. Cigars and salute. Amen. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you as well for this super chat. Shout out to everybody as well for that. And again, if you're interested in coming up and saying your thoughts, I'm definitely going to bring you up. Let me get your thoughts on this case, or something that I said that you disagree with. Would definitely like to hear your thoughts. Shout out to you for the $20 super chat, and shout out to the Leos for sure. You guys, it's not an easy job, and it takes a lot to do it. We're held at a high standard, like I always say. I believe we need better training. I'm not with all the excuses, but we definitely need to step our game up in a lot of areas. So I'm gonna bring up our next guest, our next guest. Master throw me off. Lake Ferry. Okay. Oh Lord, here we go. Lake Ferry, huh? There.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing? I just the mask definitely threw me off.
Yeah, well, you know why? There's too much crap out there on the internet, and I don't need to.
No, I hear you. What you got for me?
I'm
What's
hearing
your
an echo in my ear.
It might be you might have YouTube open as well as you want to mute.
I do.
The YouTube.
Yeah, let me go ahead and take that. Hold on. How do I do that? I'll just get rid of it. Hang on.
All right.
Okay, I don't know. Does that help? Let's see.
I don't hear the echo. You probably hear it on your end.
Oh, now it's good. It's good now.
Good? All right. So talk to me. What's your thoughts? Do you have any thoughts on this case, or you have any thoughts about, kind of my perspective or anything, or what you got for me?
This is the first time I'm watching you. I just happened to come across. I'm not sure how I did. It came in my feed or something. I agree with you. As far as I think you're a very fair person.
Thank you.
You're looking at both sides, and you're not just taking one side. I like that. You don't see that a lot on the internet. It's always one thing or the other.
That's correct.
And I appreciate that, really. I guess this whole Nolan Wells, I don't know if you've watched all the interviews Tatum did.
I did. I didn't watch Tristan's ones yet. I didn't have time to dive into his yet. But just
Tristan.
The one with Warren. Tristan. I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've watched every single one of them, and just carefully listened because I wanted to see, what came out first. Was it Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, or was it Tatum?
As far as what?
About this whole case, what came out first? Like, was it them doing press conferences as far as Al Sharpton and Crump?
I'm not sure. I would definitely say it was probably Crump. I'm not sure if Tatum did a video about the incident by itself and then Crump, but I think maybe if Crump came out and then Trump may have did a response to that. I don't know how quickly he reacted to the incident itself.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that would have made, I guess, a big difference to me. I got to find out. I should have known that. Because him responding the way he's responding is because he saw them automatically go to suspicion, which I kind of think is suspicious too. I mean, a boy just doesn't end up in the water.
Right.
And I mean, nobody's ever asked or knows even if he could swim. Do you know that? Because I haven't heard yet.
Yeah, the family says he can, but I think what people are also misinterpreting about the whole swimming thing is that, as you saw like in the videos, they are all kind of enjoying themselves in about chest level water, right? It doesn't seem like people are just out trying to just go out. Like, kind of like in the beach. When I go to the beach, I'll go swimming. Like I'll go actually swim out a little bit in certain areas. And I go probably as deep as probably neck level when I go swimming in the beach. But it seems like everybody was pretty much congregating together, right? Chest level with water. So the question will be, at what point did Nolan decide he was going to go into a depth of the water where, one, nobody was present, and two, so deep that a rip current could have snatched him underneath? And if he was snatched underneath, then someone would have recognized that, would have noticed that. So at what point was he just out by himself when nobody was around? And to all the witnesses there on the island, people were there from midnight night. They were all out there, right? They were out there late, but they all congregate by the shore of the beach. They're not out in some deep end. And so the question is, did he drown or was he killed by drowning? You get what I'm saying? So it's just suspicious. It's just suspicious, and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's the part that gets me. It's like, God, I'm thinking, God, I hope he didn't run into people. I understand these boys were getting into some fights, though.
There were a lot of fights.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if he got into a fight after they had left.
Right.
The boys on the boat that he came in on. And that makes me think, but he washed up on shore. Which shore did he wash up on? On the mainland or on the island?
On the island, he washed up in the same area where he was actually last seen. And here's the thing that makes me feel like the whole crime scene has been doctored, is because it's almost this idea is that we want to put him back. When I think about people who are trying to stage a crime scene, I think of people who don't really understand, one, how the environment that they committed the crime works. Okay? Meaning that if he truly drowned in the water, there's tides, there's current. The current moves and it operates in a certain way. And the current has its own language. It does things in a way to where it's organic and it's natural. And when you try to go against that, that's evidence, right? Does that make sense? And so when you stage a crime scene and the body washes up a certain way, when people aren't considering all the nuance of how a body moves, the mechanics of a body, you can be staging a body thinking that this looks natural, but to an investigator, it's very unnatural, right?
Right.
You wash up and he had his clothes on. He's fully clothed. He has a shirt on. Well, he was last seen without a shirt on, right? So it's, where was he in a place where he was so comfortable that then now he got into the water and then he drowned and then nobody saw, but then he's washed up face down in the sand. Maybe the person staging the scene thought that would be the best, that's a common way for a body to wash up. When in actuality, in most cases, bodies wash up with their face up, right? Because their body in most cases is not levitating, but it's floating up. Okay, and so depending on how much water is taken in the stomach and things like that, the body does different things. And so then they also would look at, okay, hey, the time that we found him, the type of current that was coming in, the body should have been further up, right? Further up on the beach. And then they're looking at the drag between the sand and his body and how far up the water's rushing. They say, hey, that night the tide was very, very weak. There's no reason why the body should have made it this far up on land. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so, but when you are someone who you don't know these things in the moment because you're just trying to stage the crime scene and make it look realistic. But by doing that, that's why you'll see some people who get caught. Their search engine's like, hey, how long does it take for a body to die in the cold, right? That's that one case where they thought they tried to accuse the lady of backing into her boyfriend and leaving him outside of the house of a police officer's house, right? I covered that case and talked about how crazy that case was. But these are people who are trying to stage a crime scene and not understanding how the environment plays a role in the evidence. And so if you're not careful, your staging can backfire,
Yeah, because it'll look overly staged.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, wow. You know, I feel so bad for him. I mean, it's a sad thing. I think
It is.
people forget these are human beings, you know. Um, he passed away very young, and they were trying to have fun, and then I'm sure he didn't want to die, you know. I mean, and that's why it bothers me a lot about what happened after the fact. And there were so many kids there. I say kids because I'm older, but there were so many of them. I mean, God, they have a lot of interviewing to do
They do.
if
They
they
do.
can find them all, you know. And did they collect the boat and the boat that he initially came on?
We don't know. I think the problem with this case is that we're not privy to what the investigators are doing, and which is making people feel uncomfortable. And because it's Mississippi, there's the insinuation that they're probably not taking it as serious, and there's probably might be some racism involved, and so they might be trying to cover. And if they're not trying to cover, they might not be putting their best effort in because they're like, it's a black kid, you know. And so that's the concern that a lot of people have. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. I ask everybody this. What are your thoughts of the audio? Did you feel like you heard everything clearly? Or do you think that they're talking about the boat dying, according to Tatum?
What is the audio that was untouched?
Yeah,
the audio was edited by somebody that to make it sound, you know, so you can hear the background more.
Right.
Sound, I don't know, some sound engineer type person, and she put that together. And as far as I hear a lot of stuff, it sounds like panic. Because the boat is, you know, is taking on water, and I know about boating because I live by a lake, so I know how that works. I mean, you're not supposed to panic. These guys were either they were really drunk or you know, and they weren't thinking straight, and you know, just panicking. But I mean, there's a few things that I heard in the background that make me go, you know, like the oh God, like, and I heard something like, is he conscious or something like that? I can't remember because I heard it a few days ago. But
so you heard Nolan's name being called on that audio as well.
you know, I mean, you can make things sound the way if you're going in there to hear it, you can kind of trick your brain into hearing it. I don't. I mean, it could be anything. We don't know.
If an expert took the original audio and properly enhanced it, not edited, but enhanced it and played it, and you heard exactly what was stated from Nancy Grace's show, where she's stating, "This is the audio." Do you hear that part on the stream?
I did.
And they said, and they confirmed that that's accurate what it said, and the people on the boat said that statement. Would you be like, okay, I'm in agreement, like that's what the professional says?
Yeah, I mean, if it points to them doing something nefarious with Nolan, you know, if they were trying to wake him up, or maybe he was unconscious. Because that's, I mean, you can look at it that way because it can sound that way.
What would that suggest? What would that suggest if that was the case?
Panic, that they couldn't wake him up. And
what would that
mean?
That would mean, but they said that he never was on the boat. So if they made that call and they're on the boat,
they would be lying.
There you go.
They would be totally lying. And I hope they did collect the boat so they can take all the evidence down, because they need to really put their best foot forward on this.
They do. I hope they did. I hope they did. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this final one. I got some others in the back. I want to give them a chance to come up before we shut this down. Last question. Do you have any kids? Do you have any children?
No.
No kids. Do you have any loved like nieces, nephews, or anything like that?
Yes.
You got siblings?
Yes.
All right. You got a brother or sister?
I have 3 brothers.
All right. And you got some nieces and nephews. If your nephew came to you and said, Auntie, I took a person's life and one of my school friends, I killed him. It was an accident. I didn't mean to, but I killed him. And I don't know what to do. Are you going to turn your nephew in, or are you going to try and protect him, keep him from getting arrested?
That's so crazy because I have nephews this age that were Nolan's age, are Nolan's age. Oh my gosh, that's hard. You love your family, and you don't want to do that, but at the same time, the other family is going to be suffering. That's a hard one. I guess the first thing in my head was try to protect him, and come forward, and just tell the police what he knows. That's just what I would do. If it was an accident, whatever the circumstances are, you have to kind of accept it. I mean, you would try to protect them, get them an attorney and the whole bit, but I mean,
but
that's a hard one.
Okay. So
because my nephews are like my kids.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. If someone killed your nephew, and would you want the parent who knew about it to turn their child in? So
absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, come on. Yeah. And, when you put it that way and you give both scenarios, it's like, what do you do? What would you do?
What would Jesus do?
Turn him in.
There you go.
This is true. I really like you. Like I said, this is the first time I'm watching you, and I'm going to go ahead and subscribe. And I will share your channel. I got lots of friends that have channels, by the way. That's why I'm wearing it.
Listen, I appreciate you.
No problem. Thanks for having me up.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. I love that mask. Yeah, the boys shut their, there's a lot of things they did that I can understand and say, I would have did this too, right? It's one thing making your social media private. It's another thing when you delete all your social media. You know what I mean? It's one thing when you get an attorney because you're being accused of murder. And it's another thing when you get an attorney before you're accused of murder. You guys, all this stuff is evidence. You know what I mean? It's one thing when you take a lie detector test, not a stress voice analysis, right? It's another thing when you don't take one and everybody else took one. Warren. All right. I don't know. Real talk with Tammy. I'm about to bring you up, and then we're gonna shut this down unless we're gonna shut this one down. What's going on? You my last guest for the night.
All right. You didn't have anybody else who was opposing, and I don't oppose you, but I did have a couple of comments.
I want to hear them.
Yeah. So maybe there is a slight opposing with Brandon Tatum because you say he's a good guy.
Let me clarify. I had a chance to have a conversation with him off the record, and off the stream. We talked we did a stream for like 2 hours. Yes. You guys will see you'll see the stream. I'm re-releasing it so you guys can see the conversation that we had. And I had a conversation with him behind the scenes, and we just had a good conversation. It was just I felt like I was talking to the real Brandon Tatum.
Yeah.
I believe the Officer Tatum, this is his job.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think he likes his job all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You feel me? You get what I'm putting down?
I do, and I think right now this backlash has been pretty strong against
It's
him.
been strong. It's been
Yeah,
strong.
and I think it's deserving because I tell you, I never make fun of anyone, but someone took the video that you saw with Charlie, where he was crying when Charlie died.
Yes.
And they took it and they had him saying he's sorry to Christine, he's sorry to Ben Crump. And I don't share all of this stuff because I'm waiting for all of the evidence, but I shared that and I said, let's call those things that be not as though they were. Meaning that he was actually sorry to all of these people that he has done all of this to me horrible things to. And I just feel those interviews that he
Hold on,
did.
pause 1 second. They're saying there's a bad echo. You got YouTube up on your end?
Oh, it's on the stream. It's on StreamYard.
Is it? You might got two windows open. Someone said the echo's diabolical.
Oh, it's bad. Okay, well, we can cut me short then, because I'm only. I can't do the.
Nah, I don't hear it on my end.
Okay, can you hear me now? You can hear me, but I can't hear you. But is it still? It's still a problem?
You have hold on. You have YouTube probably open in the background. Is the echo? The echo can't be from my end. It's from yours. Yeah, I think you got two videos open. Someone said the echo was horrible. Nikki Pooh, you got to put the cam on, Nikki.
Let somebody else come up then.
All right. I'm gonna drop you down. When you get it fixed, I'll bring you back up. Okay, Common Man about to bring you up. What's good, brother? How you doing?
All right. What's up?
What's up? Tell me your thoughts on this. What you got for me?
Well, basically, I think that Nolan was killed.
Okay.
He didn't drown.
Okay.
He was killed. I think he was killed on the boat with one of their friends who were there. They know what happened. They know exactly what happened. Then he was told to take the body back to the island and leave it on the shore and get the boat back to them, back to the dock, back in Ocean Springs. But when I listened to the call going into the calling the 911 people, in panic, and then suddenly everything switched like that. These kids all of a sudden had a lot of common sense out of nowhere. You see what I mean? So I got a feeling they called somebody who was probably a parent or maybe a grandparent who told them what they needed to do and do it now. And that's exactly what they did. See? That's what I believe. All right. Now, as far as the phone was concerned, it depends on the year and the age of the phone. The new phones are great. They can get up to 15 miles, 15 miles. Ocean Springs and the Biloxi area, they're about 10 miles away from that island. But they were good. That's why I said I need to know how old was Nolan's phone. And knowing that those kids was rich, they probably all had brand new phones. You see? So they probably did get good reception, which is why when he called the 911 people, it was so clear. It came right through. If it was spotty, it would have been spotty throughout the entire call, not just here and there. And when the 911 lady called the what's the name of the tow company? The what was that? The Ceto. That was a clear call. Okay, both calls nothing was spotty there.
Nope.
And they're trying to say that the signals were spotty. Neither was the GPS. Nope. That wasn't spotty. They found they saw the direction the boat went into, when it went up to the other dock, when it came back to the first dock, and I guess when it went back out, I don't know. But somewhere in there, they took that body back, or they dropped it off near the shore and didn't take it back because the parent or the grandfather told them to just get the body out of the boat and bring that boat back. Okay.
Yeah. I wonder if I would also be even suspicious of law enforcement as well, to be honest. Someone who may know an officer who can kind of give them that leadway. I'd be investigating law enforcement as well as it relates to this case. You need all hands on deck to pull this off.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Um, do you believe? What are your thoughts on what Brandon said regarding he couldn't make out what was being heard on the dispatch call? Do you think were you able to hear it pretty clearly, or do you feel like it could be misconstrued?
I heard it. I heard it the first time it came out. Brandon was saving face. He knew he was caught. Okay, everybody hears it. Okay, and this is all done without AI. Now somebody gonna use AI and say this is what we use, this is what we got when we use AI. This is not the original call, and they'll find that it matches the original call. I bet you that's what happened. That's what I would do. So there'd be somebody out here who may be a studio technician or something like that. Maybe a recording technician or something. But they'll find out what the actual sound were.
Yeah,
that's you.
So selective hearing is hilarious.
Yeah.
What do you think? So do you think D.L. Hughley is justified in kind of calling him out, kind of putting this out on him like that? You think you think Brandon Tatum's deserving of the backlash?
That's personal. I don't care what they do. That's not my business. That's a pissy fit on both parts.
I
DL is cool. You echoing, man. You started echoing out of nowhere. My sound is down.
I don't know. It might be echo again.
Echoing.
I did.
Yeah. We were talking fine before.
Man, what's going on, man? I'm gonna have to look into this. He's echoing a little. I can't.
I'm fine. I only got one speaker room. I got one microphone on. That's you. The YouTube is all the way down. Now it's gone. Now I can't hear you. But anyway.
Yeah. Go ahead. I muted myself while you talk.
Okay. Now as far as Nolan being on the boat, it's clear that he was on the boat by what they were saying and how they were talking to him. They wasn't just making up things. They wasn't just making things up. The kids they were there. He was there. Now, my idea or my ideology or my thought is that Bart, because Bart they initially said he wasn't there. Then now he all of a sudden pops up out of nowhere, and he had another boat. And see, what got me also was that I thought they had an argument. Just because somebody pretends they're not mad, don't mean they aren't mad. You see, because from what I'm understanding now, as this grows, is that Bart had a little something going on with Katie. You see, and now if that was it, I'm not saying that it was it, but if that was it, then that could be part of the reason. Go ahead.
So, I heard that's one of the new things that's going on. Shout out to Trinae with the or T Renee with the super chat. Tatum already said it's foul play now. Yeah, I think what's happening is people have to now start adjusting their story. You cannot run circles around that dispatch call. You cannot. And by doing that, you're now going to call Cito a liar, right? And Cito's not having it. Cito's the one who put it out. Cito didn't have to put that out. Cito put it out because they already saw the games that were being played. And I believe Cito is suspicious of what took place on that boat. They heard Nolan, they heard what was going on, and they're like, nah, this is going to be the straw that's going to break this back. And again, it does not look good, you guys. This is some compelling evidence right here. This is enough for me to draft up some warrants, you guys. I got a missing person. Y'all screaming, he can't breathe. The chest is pumping, and I got all kind of death talk on the boat, you know. But Kyle, man, I'm gonna drop you down. I'm gonna bring up my next guest though. I see Nathaniel Maiden back there. Let me know when you're ready. I'm gonna bring you up. But Common Man, before I drop you though, I just want to say I appreciate you always. You've been a big supporter of the channel from day one. You know, I just always want to give you your flowers, man. I just appreciate your support, man, all the time, man. I appreciate you. I can't say it enough. Can't say it enough. Oh yeah, we got you mute because your thing was echoing. We got to figure out your audio. Everybody's audio acting up tonight. But I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down, Common Man.
Okay.
All right, Nathaniel, I'm about to bring you up. Get your thoughts on this. Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Shout out to Successful MD said Bible Belt shouldn't cover crimes. Real Christians. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Shout out to you again with the super chat. You've been dropping the chats back to back. All right, Nathaniel, I'm about to bring you up.
All right. How's it going, my brother?
Man, it's going good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Hey, it's just the only thing I was in a total agreement with you through the whole show about the whole thing. But okay. All right. But that's the pain he has placed in our hearts. Okay, as brown skinned melanated people. But one thing I wanted to let you know is go and look up the Devil's Punch Bowl in Mississippi. And it goes to show you, it's back when Abraham Lincoln was president, how long that these people been doing these certain things. And we know what president we have. Okay. And so the 250-year anniversary is greater because it's so many young melanated men and I don't say black because I'm not black, and I'll be lying if I say I am black. You know what I'm saying? So, but there's been so many young melanated people, young men mostly, killed and drowned this year around this time. Okay. So I don't just blame Mississippi. Mississippi is just one big piece of the puzzle. I blame a lot of it on the leader of this country because he's the biggest race baiter than anyone I have ever seen in my life. Every so-called melanated woman, she's low IQ. Every melanated man, low IQ. So then the racist people that is out there, because all of us is racist, when we say that we love our own people, we racist. That's all it means. That's our, but they have the power to control their racism to the point where they control other people. You know what I'm saying? Because they mostly have everything. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of things like like I said, I'm getting ready to be 68 years old. You know what I'm saying? And I've been around. I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I know about Greenwood and all this stuff. All of it starts behind the Cadies. You know what I'm saying? It always starts behind the Cadies. And I'm a very good Bible scholar. And then I'll give you your platform back. I'm a very big, strong Bible studier, and I study the whole Bible, not the New Testament, because what sense do it make to try to understand the new when you don't understand the old? You know what I'm saying? And in the Old Testament, it tells us in Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse number 3, don't make marriages with the other nations, with the other people. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a lot of history behind a lot of things that I'm saying that people have to do really massive research and study to find out exactly what I'm talking about, my brother.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Let me ask you this as it relates to this incident. When you heard that, okay, first let's start with the disagreement. You said you disagreed with me on something. What was that specifically that you disagreed with me on?
Cool, Tatum. I'm just gonna be real with you. Man, he has put a scar in us, and it's like everything I see him make comments on, it's always down in us, and he's got to He got to remember what color he is.
Well, what did I say about Tatum that you disagree with? Is what I'm saying?
I just think that you have a little. I think look. How can I say this? a little cop buddy thing. You know what I'm saying? Because the things he do is bad enough. How the and I'm not gonna call them white because they ain't white. How the red people do us. They've been doing it for years, and for our own people. And that's the reason why I put in the text. That's the reason why I put it in the messenger. That Tatum is right. He's right. More blacks kill more than anything. I don't care what the statistics say. It's a proven fact. Why? Because we got so many coons coming against us too. You know what I'm saying? I'm a real speaker.
All right, let me say this. Let me say this. So the part you disagree is the cop this little cop thing I got with him. Hold on, I think you froze a little bit. Did he freeze? Did he freeze?
You there?
I'm there. You left. Okay, there you go. So let me ask you.
I left.
You left. So
okay, come on.
I think you froze a little bit. Let me say this in reference to the Tatum situation is that he says certain things. He's not always wrong, right? I don't want us to misconstrue him. Being honest, he's not always wrong. That's why I try to explain it the way that I explained it about the things that he does that discredits his opinions, that discredit his perspective, is the way he challenges the issues at hand that we're discussing, right? The way he deflects, the way he refused to analyze properly, the way he refused to look at concrete evidence, the way he refused to accuse. So what did I say? I said that he's racially apologetic towards cops and white people, right? That's what I said in the beginning, racially apologetic.
Right.
And again, but that doesn't mean that everything he says is wrong, right? It just means that you see what I'm saying? No. So, I'll be remiss if I did not say that I really thoroughly enjoyed the conversation with him. I felt like when he came to my channel, I felt he felt he could really just relax. You know what I mean? And so and really be himself. You got to check out that interview. I think you would enjoy it. And I challenged him on certain cases. And when we spoke offline, he said, "Listen, I'm pro cop because everybody's anti-cop." So he's like, I'm playing this anti-hero. I know this.
You used to be a cop, and I dig this is my first time seeing you. And man, you hit me right where I needed to be hit. I like what you were saying. Everything about it. But I do know that you're an investigator. He's a police officer. And until he came here to Dallas, and it was part of SWAT.
Yes.
But here's one thing I do know. You cannot find out how many black folks he done killed in Arizona. And that's just me as seeing so much hatred, you know, in this country, bro.
Yeah. I think someone said welcome back to the echo. I hope it's not. Is it echoing again? It must be something going on.
Bad.
God, I don't know what's going on.
And I have my TV and everything off, so it's not it.
Let me ask you this. I don't know Tatum's record. I don't think that he has a bad record, police record wise. I don't believe that. Let me ask you this though. Do you feel like you heard what was actually said on that tape, on the distress call? Did it seem very obvious?
I'm the one. I answered that real fast. I'm the one who put in the comment. I'm deaf in one ear, can't hear out the other one, but I put one up there because I heard. I believe me, I heard every word.
It was so clear. It was so clear. Honestly, it didn't need enhancement. I enhanced it on my own when I was doing my own investigation. I went to the original source. I pulled the original thing. I double checked it. I verified where it came from. I saw the statement put out by Cito. I wasn't gonna repeat a damn thing unless I could confirm. And when I listened to it by itself, I could hear it before the enhancements. When you get a real certified engineer put their hands on that and put that in the courtroom, I'm sorry, I'm taking warrants on everybody's ass on that boat.
Everybody.
That's right. Everybody's getting a piece of this warrant, this murder charge.
But one part, I think I heard.
Okay.
Laughing my ass off. Okay. All right. When he said, when he tried to act like when one of them said, is he dead? He was definitely talking about the iPhone. You know what I'm saying?
He said, how you know he ain't talking about the engine? The engine pump dead. The engine dead. I'm like,
in the chest, man.
In the chest.
That sister gave with the ice chest.
The ice chest.
The ice chest ain't even on.
No,
it was good. It was good. I'm gonna tell you.
But
we all in agreement with a lot of that. You know what I'm saying?
Let me
I just
ask
wish
you
you was an investigator in Mississippi.
Man, I would burn the whole system down and start it over. And here's what I would do. What I would do is I would put, because my thing is the people have to have power over these systems. I would put the people in charge as overseers of the criminal justice system. Educated brothers and sisters in charge of the criminal, like overseers of the system there. That way they can double check, triple check everything. You get what I'm saying? Because at some point in time, there has to be, we have to rebuild that trust and that integrity. It's not that it's impossible, but we have to integrate ourselves into the system that we want to see change in. And the more we pull ourselves away, it's not easy, right? Because there's old history, there's old families there that still exist, that still thrive. They thrive there in Mississippi. You know, it's old money there. You know, it's old relationships there that's never severed. There's a lot of nepotism that's never severed there. You know, when they talked about Bart, they're like, my granddaddy was a football player, my grandpa, my uncle, my dad was, we're all champions. So there's a history of consistency. That means everybody knows the coach. The coach, everybody, it's such an old town trapped in the 1700s.
Right. I think I seen one of the sisters actually went and found the what was that name? It's a popular name of the of some of the guys that's involved in this case. I think it's whatever Nolan's, not Nolan, but whatever Warren's. I'm getting like you now. Warren's
their family
mother's last name.
Their family name is very popular.
Yeah, it goes all the way back to the founder of Mississippi Bay. You know what I'm saying? And then just like a lot of people don't know that Ida Wells, you know about her? You heard of her? The Well, Nolan is some kin to them. That's part of that family. And it's always been murdering of the family and things like that. Look it up. It's out there. You know, but that when you said something about what's brother's name? That was battling with Nolan. I mean with Nolan.
D.L.
Hughley. They brothers got to look up stuff and they got to investigate stuff thoroughly, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why I was able to connect with you on your investigation stuff, because that's what I do as finding out, okay, they tell me I'm African. Where am I from in Africa? Can't nobody tell me. I can't find it nowhere. But in the Bible, I can see all of my history in there. You know what I'm saying? Even to the point where it says they shoot you in the street and hold themselves not guilty. You know what I'm saying? A lot of scriptures in the Bible refers to today, things that's going on today. You know what I'm saying? And to a certain people that it's happening to. And see, some people have taken that book and they have misused that book. I don't know if you ever looked at the movie Eli. Was it Eli? You remember with Denzel Washington?
It's so.
You remember that movie?
Yeah, I have to watch it again.
What was they after? Yeah, they was after their word.
He was after the word,
You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
because all the books were, the Bible was destroyed, so he was the only one that remembered. I have to. Someone should try to fix the echo. I don't know why it's echoing, man. It's echoing bad.
It's
It gotta
echoing
be
bad.
Damn.
I think sometimes it can be other devices or something that's on, and I don't think it's any of mine. No, it's not mine, because I'm not. My other phone is not hooked to it. But yeah, there it is. It's gone. Can you hear me though?
Yours. I can hear you. Can you guys still hear the echo? Echo check. Echo check.
I heard you. I heard you a little. There it goes.
Heard the echo?
Back. Yeah.
Damn. His other device, maybe. How many devices you got on?
I just got the one on. All the rest of them is off.
I think echo because the callers call in and have it playing on their TV.
Yeah, because they want to hear themselves. They want to. That's all it is. Because we have a channel that we go on and listen, and it's called Sword of the Spirits of Dallas, Texas. You know what I'm saying? And so we own StreamYard a lot. We own StreamYard a lot. We got 1,000 and some videos and stuff out there. You know what I'm saying? Where we try to teach our people who they are and things to look at in the Bible to find out. Can you see the things that the Bible is saying that refers to your lifestyle? You know what I'm saying? And the only reason why the things that's happening to us is because we won't repent and come back to our God. That's all it is. Then it's going to keep on happening until we do that. Because ever since I used to be a pastor for 20 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And still was going through. But ever since I come into this knowledge of the truth about who we really are, the real Israelites, okay, ever since then, my life has totally done a 180. So it's a lot of things, but I do a lot of study. Not just on my own self, but I study other people as well. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why I say what I say. Tatum was right about the one issue, and that was the issue about blacks killing blacks, because he got to remember he's black, so-called black, and he do a lot of damage to us by the things he say.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I barely can hear you.
All right, barely. Let me see. How about now?
But I can hear you.
You can hear me? Is there an echo?
Yeah.
Still? It's still an echo?
No echo.
This must be this thing. I might need to get a new mic. This mic's been acting up. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Let me ask you this last.
You definitely investigated. You don't forget.
Nah, I don't forget. Let me ask you this. If your son, said it sounds low. Let me see. Everything gotta know how to. Let me see. Everything.
If my son.
If your son comes to you and says, "Dad, I took somebody's life."
In a minute, his ass will be in jail, locked up, or I'll take him to the prison myself. I'm just being real with you. I'm being real with you on that, bro. I'm telling you honest truth. I take his ass, my daughter, my wife, my grandkids. I got 3 grandboys. Myself. You know what I'm saying? That's how serious I am about that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing that I heard you say over and over and over and over again, that it could have been an accident. You know what I'm saying? But soon as I get off the boat, 911, yeah, this is Nathaniel, and I'm calling in because there was an accident on the boat and everybody tried to cover it up, but I'm telling my part now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to go behind bars, because I hate to be in a situation where I'm locked up and confined to a certain area. Yeah. Me being in a closet too long, dark closet, and somebody done locked it, I'm gonna have to go on ahead and bring the doors down. Sorry. They just got to deal with their wife or their mama or whoever they got to deal with. But I'm coming up out of there.
Yeah.
You know. Can't-
Nah, man, you on point, man. I appreciate you, brother. I gotta drop me your the link to that channel. I would definitely want to check it out. You said you guys do a podcast. Someone said the echo back.
Yes.
Yeah, send it to me. Oh my God, I gotta figure out what this equipment issue is. This echoing is crazy.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
It's all good. That's just the enemy. Don't want us to have no talk. That's all. Listen,
There you go. There you go. That's it.
We gotta keep in touch, man. Make sure you drop your email or something, man. We can keep in touch. I'd love to have another conversation with you.
Okay, bum brother. And your name is Nate, right? Nathan.
That's right. That's it.
Nathan. Yeah, I'm Nathaniel. Nate.
Hey,
that's right.
There we go. All in the Bible. All in the Bible.
That's it. You down for it? You down for it?
All right, brother. You have a good night, man.
My brother. You do the same now. Be blessed.
Be blessed. God bless you too.
All right.
Man, the echo. I'm so sorry, you guys. I apologize. I have to figure out what that's about. Am I echoing now, or is it only when I bring callers up? You should mute the call. Yeah, I shouldn't even have to. You should mute the call. I like the caller. The caller was dope. Clear now? No echo. All right, I gotta do some technical analysis with that. That sucks. So I gotta make sure I give that speech when people come on and make sure they don't have anything in the background. Only with callers. I don't know what the issue is. I'm gonna look into it, but I appreciate you guys bearing through that that situation. We have been streaming for 5 hours. I haven't done one of these since back in the day when I first started streaming, but there was so much to cover with this. I didn't get a chance to even cover as much as I wanted to. I won't say as much, but those interviews Brandon did were so long. I didn't really want to sit through all that. A lot of you guys already seen those things. I just kind of wanted to point out a few things, and I was really wanted to get into why the backlash for Tatum. Why is the Tatum backlash going so hard right now? And I wanted to articulate kind of what people talk about. I get the emails, I see the messages under my video. People say, oh, Tatum said this and Tatum said that. You know, we're kind of in the same space. He's more on the political side. But, you know, I'm aware of his content. Like, I'm aware of how he breaks things down. I'm not in agreement with everything, so I see it. But this is different. This time with this case is so different right now. And it's the first time I've seen this in the years that I've been doing YouTube. And again, he has a super successful channel. He's backed by a lot of money, you guys. He has a robust, I won't say robust audience. He has a big audience, right? And he is protected. You know, his channel's not going anywhere. You know what I mean? I know D.L. might think so, but you know, the guy is he got a business, man. He's doing really good for himself. Whether we like him or not, like his content or not, you know, he is successful. Brandon is really successful. However, I don't agree with this professional opinion all the time, and I've debated other police officers. I've dealt with other officers, expert officers on criminal cases that I look at and be like, you're full of crap. You know what I mean? And I even got into it with other experts and investigators on cases that we were working together. We couldn't see eye to eye, you know, and not even that we couldn't see eye to eye. Some people are so pro cop, you guys, that the police can't do no wrong. I'm more on the line. I'm more on my perspective. A lot of times is just, yeah, we could be pro cop, but you still messed up. Like, and that's okay. It's okay to be honest. Listen, this is going to be a crazy, crazy case as more things unfold. We know that the medical examiner for the state is concluded their autopsy, all the details of the autopsy. They're planning on holding that, sealing that, and they're going to keep that for, I guess, I don't know, they said something about a grand jury. I don't know what they're going to do with that, why that matters. You either have charges, you have evidence of a homicide, or you don't have evidence of a homicide. So I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. But in the meantime, we're going to be breaking it down as it happens, you guys. And so stay tuned. I appreciate all of your support tonight, those who stayed and rocked with us throughout the night. And those who are going to be replaying this, those who are about an hour behind, got on and they just catching up. Man, shout out to all of you. Shout out to all of the support tonight. You guys really came through with all the love. It's truly a blessing. Shout out to y'all. Please, thank you. Thank you so much. It means so much. Shout out to all the guests that came up. I really, really appreciate you. It was one I didn't get a chance to bring up. Her camera wasn't working right. You know, I gotta stick to the camera policy. You know, I gotta stick to the camera policy. We didn't have too many disagreements. The brother came in, he said, nah, you know, y'all got a little cop thing going on. I'm not feeling it, you know, so shout out to him. I appreciate that. Shout out to Chicago Rilla for blessing all those memberships. I really, really appreciate that, brother. That is truly, truly a blessing. Thank you so much. And Satan, or hold on, man. Did I say that wrong? Satania. Nah, Satania, with that name, sister, you got to bring that camera on, okay? We already have we had the masked lady come up, you know. So next time, yeah, we got to get the camera right, and I got to get this thing right. I think something's wrong. I got to figure out what the technical problem is. But you guys, this case, we are in for some interesting times involving this case. So you know, we'll stay tuned, right? That's all we can do. Stay tuned and see what happens next. Make sure I got everything covered. What is this? Oh shoot! Shout out to, I knew it. Someone told me to check it. Shout out to Amber McClure for the $20 gift that you sent through PayPal. Shout out to you. So y'all shooting the. I didn't tell you, we got the PayPal action. Listen, this is a blessed night. You guys have really blessed me a lot with the super chats. Thank you so much. Shout out to you, Amber. I really, really appreciate it. If you guys want to donate, you're always more than welcome through Cash App or PayPal or the super chat. I'm really, really grateful for that. To me, it just shows that you guys just see value in the stream, see value in the content. That really means a lot to me. So I think in a sea full of drama and this environment, this sea of YouTube, there's so many voices. It feels good to be a sound voice. All right. It feels very good to be a sound voice, an uncorrupted voice. All right. And so for me, that's what's important to me, staying true to that. And I don't get it right all the time, but my heart's in the right place. Okay. I'm not perfect, but my heart's perfectly in the right place as it relates to kind of sharing my perspective. All right. And so I really mean that. And I always hope and pray that the information I give helps people see things from a different perspective. You guys, at the end of the day, I love everybody. I hate that we've lowered ourselves to a place where we have to examine each other by skin color. I hate that there are people who walk around on this earth that judge people by the color of their skin. I hate that. I think it's ignorant. I think they are despicable people, to be honest. And so I honestly I just don't get it, man. I don't. I don't. You know, you have to teach hatred, right? You have to teach hatred. So anyways, let's stay tuned, right? And see what happens next with this. I'm gonna have to break this video up. It's 5 hours, it's crazy. Where are we at? Where are we at? Yeah. These guys, you know, folks are mad at Tatum, but everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing the Tatum. All right. Tatum is not new to this. All right. He didn't invent this. Everybody's doing it. It's on all sides. From your Ben Crumps to your Al Sharpton, they're all doing it, you guys. They're just doing it on a different side. All right, they're doing it on a different side. You know, I've caught a lot of these guys in lies. A lot of them in lies. A lot of them speak real heavy until facts come out, and then it's no longer, you know, beneficial for them, right? You know, so if you're not genuine, I'm gonna have a problem with you. Period. Anyways, you guys, that's it for tonight. Shout out to everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the guests, all the support, all the super chats. Thank you so much to my moderators. I really appreciate you guys holding it down in the chat tonight. And that's it, you guys. With that being said, let these truths find you where the lies have left you. Good night, and God bless.